All righty. Can we have Mr. McGowan back in the hot seat, please? Oh, that's right. Cozy and warm. All right, we're back after a lunch break, and we turn to the commissioners for their questions of Mr. McGowan. Commissioner Mpoma, do you have questions?
Sure, I do. Thank you, sir, for your testimony today. And I always love it talking to the engineers. So we're going to have some fun.
Uh-oh.
Please, can you bring up the slides? That would be Elizabeth, I think 1A. Let's start from slide number 14. So, sir, there has been a lot of discussions, and I just want to see how we can really narrow or come to more or less like a consensus. And I do know that Nimoga, with council is saying they will provide us with red lines here and there, but I really want to make sure that things are discussed, so I don't get any surprises when we receive the final red lines. So here, the first question that I'm going to ask you, has been a lot of discussion, and I just want to know if you are okay with the definition of the beneficial purpose or beneficial use as it stands now, if the commission just strike out the speculative purposes.
I guess since we have such as in there, I guess that opens it up that there could be other things that aren't listed. Now, from an operator's perspective and a non-lawyer, if there were a few other things listed that were obviously part of that statement, I wouldn't be opposed to that, just to make it clearer or easier to understand. But overall, I would say yes. If the thing that most concerns me is what does the speculative purposes mean and how does it play out?
Yeah, and there's been a lot of discussion on that. So I'm not going to probe further. It's where when you say that such as there, then it means it's just going to be a finite number of items that if we want to put all of them into a definition, is probably not going to be possible. Right.
Right. Like what I've seen in contracts is I'm not a lawyer, is, including but not limited to, right? Something like that, so that it's obvious what that means.
I hope council will take notice of that.
Yeah,
that is a very important point. I appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you for that. Let's go to slide number 16. And I just want to make it quick. So under D, so you're saying that the 30 days is short. Do you have any date in mind?
Well, I think obviously you never know how much time you need, but if you had 90 days and maybe if you had some additional grace, some way to work that out on the fly, given the complexity of the project. Like let's say you had, if I've only got one well I'm dealing with, that's one thing. But if I'm actually trying to work with somebody on a program of some kind, you're going to have discussions back and forth. You're going to have explanations. It'd be great if the OCD could say, well, I need more data, go away and do this analysis, come back to me, that kind of thing. You might even need to bring in some third-party consultants to help. So if there was, again, I'm spitballing here at this point, but I could see if you could treat it with such that, how do I prevent losing an opportunity here, and how do I prevent waste? Then a bit of grace on this would be helpful. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And but definitely, I think based on most of OCD days that I've seen is mostly 90 days. But I think OCC also proposed something where they also added a language to the effect of OCD working with the operator to make sure that at least the operator exhausts all possible options before they make their final determination. So if council can look at what OCC proposed and then combine that with what you're saying and then provide that to the commission, that would be really helpful. But so you're saying that probably 90 days you were not opposed to that?
Not opposed, but I would have the caveat that flexibility somehow built into this process, right? To deal with the complexity of the project, right? If it's a bigger project or it's a more unusual technology somebody wants to bring, or you see what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to draft language here, but I'm just saying that's a concern from an operator's perspective.
Let's go to slide number 29. So there's been a lot of discussions about the approved temporary abandonment and all of that. So the applicant witness, I think Mr. Alexander, proposed some exceptions to the commission for our consideration. I don't know if you've had a chance to review that.
If there's something beyond what's in my little notebook here, I haven't seen it.
Okay, let me see if I can read that to you. He's saying that beyond, let's say, the getting to the 7 years ETS, before any well can extend, to be TA'd, he has some suggestions for the commission. So I just want to read that to you.
I'm sorry, who's?
Mr. Alexander.
Oh, Mr. Alexander. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So he said that in order to avoid the loopholes, right? So he's saying, one, it has to be limited in scope, limited in time, subject to periodic OCD review, based on sound engineering, technical, economic, and administrative information. And he added 5 and 6, which I'll still read anyway. Not based upon guesswork, hinges and speculations or the like. And then the last one is carefully crafted to avoid any kind of loophole leading to abuse. Do you have any comments on these?
Well, this is based on my experience with bringing. This has been true since I was in college. My buddies would make fun of me, like I'd always say, "Well, there must be a better way to do this," right? So, I've actually presented things to folks that were highly qualified, but maybe they didn't have the same experience I did, and maybe they didn't have the same appetite to try new things. So what concerns me a little bit in there is I wish it was some way you could make it so cut and dried that it'd be easy to come to agreement with everybody about, there's some things that are obvious, like let's just say you've got I don't know, there's a sand behind pipe, right? And you've got E-logs and you've done the subsurface geology, and maybe it's a conventional play, and you've got pressure data, all the good stuff, right? And you can do all your calculations, and you can go perforate and put those wells online, and it's obvious. It's the kind of thing you could get a Ryder Scott or somebody to book reserves for. What I'm concerned about is that some of the things in the future that we might kind of need to have in our arsenal in the business is things that might be considered more contingent. So I'm not totally sure how to solve this problem, but that just seems a little hard cut, if you know what I'm trying to say. So no, I don't know how you get around that. I'm not telling you how to get around that. I'm just saying that's my concern. Is I can imagine a lot of things that I proposed in the past that have ended up working would probably get rejected, and they were. I drove all over Houston, Texas, trying to talk private equity guys into doing stuff, and they all thought I was out of my mind until I found one that would give me a chance, right? So, and I've had one of the top reservoir engineers in the country totally misinterpret what he was looking at, and he would have said, well, you don't have any beneficial purpose. Yeah. So that's my concern. Am I making sense here? So I don't know how to solve the problem, but I'm just presenting that might be something you might want to consider.
Yeah, so for the commission, we have to make this tough decision, right? And we're just trying to build some consensus here. So, I asked Mr. Arthur yesterday about the same issue. He thought that the number 1 to number 4 is probably okay, which will be if before OCD can more or less give anybody opportunity to go beyond the stipulated amount of time, it has to be limited in scope. I think all parties will probably be able to agree to that. Limited in time, subject to periodic OCD review, and then more or less based on engineering, technical, and economic and administrative information.
And I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, but I guess there's already that kind of beneficial purpose language. So this is the limited in time. How can I describe what I'm worried about? What I'm worried about is if I guess it all depends on what the attitude toward this whole thing is, right? Is there a spirit of innovation within the process, or is it I just want to get all these wells plugged? If you see what I'm getting at, so I can't really tell you how to solve the problem. I'm just going to give you my concern is as long as everybody thinks it through and you don't kill off a bunch of opportunity. And I may not be very helpful in my answer, but that's kind of what I'm thinking.
As a reservoir engineer, I was also concerned about, let's say, if a well is plugged, let's say after 8 years, probably we will not have the opportunity to do enhanced oil recovery, or let's say any other cool stuff that we can do. But also, OCD is concerned about just using that as a loophole, to continue.
Exactly.
So definitely there has to be something that the commission has to put in there. So just aside what Mr. Alexander has provided to the commission, do you have anything that you can propose to the commission for our consideration?
Well, here's just a thought, okay, is I'm looking at some of the things that they're doing in Texas. For example, there's an enhanced oil recovery credit you can get. There's a carbon sequestration combined with enhanced oil recovery you could get for your severance tax. And then there's also this new thing that's going to be coming into effect next year, which is a re-stimulation of an inactive well. So what I've kind of wondered about if at the same time you're doing this, you've got an incentive program to bring in capital, right? So that you're balancing out. Maybe I am getting rid of some wells, but I'm also bringing capital to repurpose wells, and that would be focused on that. So that's just a thought, and that's something that DC actually see that, and I think Louisiana has some regulations to try to maintain. But what Texas is doing is the thing I think really makes a lot of sense, is encouraging things that would have a longer impact, a bigger impact if you could prove up those concepts. Like if a few people in a big field figures out how to do enhanced oil recovery, well, everybody and his mother is going to want to do it at that point. And so you could really leverage that, right? You get a bigger return on that investment. So anyway, am I helping here at all? I'm trying to.
Yeah, I believe that one will be for Nimoga to go to the legislature for that, because probably will be beyond my scope. Okay. Let's go to slide number 35. So on this provision, number 4 and 5, you had a lot of comments on that. And I read through all your comments, but for us, we need action items. So is it possible for you to provide any language that you want amended on this one?
Oh, gosh. Well, something to think about here is what would trigger you to spend more money and start going into a hole and running things in and out of the hole? So again, if I was in a situation where I was going to run a caliper log and a casing integrity log, and I didn't really know what the pass fail was and what would require me to take additional action, I would find that a little bit confusing as an operator. I'm also thinking that, one thing I talked about earlier was cement, and I haven't heard anything in here where anybody talks about anything about cement. So if you had, for example, if I've got a well with a cement bond log and I show cement, let's just say I've cemented all the way to surface on the production string. Well, that well's pretty solid. And if I just pickle the inside of the casing, well, there's no fluid contacting the outside of the casing because I've got cement covering it up. I don't know why I'm having to run extra logs on that, right? That's like a really great situation. Or let's say I have a DV tool in that well where you could do a two-stage cement job so that I get cement over the shallow zones all the way to surface. Well, in that case, my surface casing is got cement behind pipe. That should be to surface for sure and for certain, right? And then if I got cement all the way to surface on that next string, and maybe even an intermediate string, then I'm pretty bulletproof on the aquifer at that point. I mean, there's a lot of wells that I completed where I ran an extra string of pipe and cemented all the way to surface, or I used the DV tool. So in that case, is there some sort of caveat to deal with a difference in risk, right? So that you're not really spending money that you don't need to spend. Again, I know I'm complicating things, but if you could think it through, that, because if you think about it, what's the external corrosion risk? Well, it's salt water exposed to the backside of the casing, or you don't have cement, or you don't have settled barite. So I'm just saying, as an engineer, I think that's some of the things I've been thinking about on this. Is that anything you could add, right? Now again, I'm adding a lot of, I'm afraid I'm adding complexity because that's what we engineers do sometimes, but you would be taking care of that case. And you wouldn't be doing unnecessary work on wells that don't require it. If you've got good cementing records and you don't have any pressure problems and it's a young well, then, do I really need to run a caliper log and a casing integrity log? Could there be language that would allow you to focus on, I've got these critical factors that we know are contributors to corrosion, and so I want to make sure I go check that. So what's the criteria? And I think you could use National Association of Corrosion Engineers, for example, API maybe, to come up with standards for minimum wall thickness, something like that you could put in. And I think you should be able to get a standard on that. You might even be able to base it on pressure. Like if you know the burst pressure and you know the wall thickness, is there some minimum required, relative to the pressures you think you're going to see? So that was a complicated, long answer, but am I answering your question?
Well, it sounds to me that you have a problem with the caliper log, but you also add into it that is a cement bond log.
Well, that's a possibility. It depends on the situation. But if you've got reason to believe, well, let's just say you're pumping a cement job and you never get returns, right? Well, what do you do about that? Right? And that's part of your cementing records that you submitted. So anyway, I don't see it as being a complete solution, but it seems like you ought to be looking at the situation and then figuring out what you need to do based on the facts. Whether you can write that into a rule or not, I don't know. That's the challenge for the attorneys to figure out, I guess.
But I do like the casing integrity log, though.
Well, as long as, like, something I ran into with caliper logs sometimes is you'd get scale, and in directional wells I've had caliper logs get hung up, right, trying to go around the corner. So like if you're forced to go around a caliper log, you may very well get it hung up, get it stuck. So if you're in a directional well, so that's one of the things that entered my mind is this is just a blanket. Got to run a caliper, got to run a casing integrity log. Casing integrity log, it should just have centralizers and is using either sonic or electromagnetic capability and is trying to get a wall thickness. So I think I like that one better because all the caliper log is telling you, sometimes when they manufacture this casing, there's a lot of variation in the ID of the casing, right? So you're depending on that variation in the ID of the casing to figure out whether you've got wall thickness or not. Now, it would tell you if you had a hole, but if you had a pressure leak, you already knew you had a hole, right? It might tell you, I'm not sure if it's high enough granularity in the data to tell you if you've got excessive pitting. So I agree with you. The casing integrity log is probably more useful, right?
And I agree with that too. And then know that you also added a cement bond to that category too. Let's go.
Well, if you have reason to believe you don't have a good cement job, that's what I was thinking. Am I making sense here? If I I pumped my cement and I never got returns to surface of any kind, like I don't even get mud back, where did my cement go? Okay, that's clear. But if I got really good returns and I can calculate, let's just say I've got a good caliper log on the open hole, right? And I don't have super washouts, and I can calculate the volume of the annulus, and I know how much cement I pumped, and I know how much mud I got back. Well, then I can make a pretty good estimate of where my cement went in that case, right? But if I don't get any returns, I don't know where the cement went. So, right? So, yeah. That might be it. I'm just saying, like making everybody run every log in the world every time may not be required. You might want to think about that and have some sort of engineering judgment, maybe.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Slide number 38. I read your testimony, and then also based on the discussions, my question to you is, the approved temporary abandonment. Is it your opinion that this type of category are in compliance and should not be treated otherwise?
I'm sorry. Could you try that again?
Yeah, let me repeat that again. So the approved temporary abandonment wells category. I'm asking you, is it your opinion that these temporary or approved temporary abandonment wells are in compliance and should not be treated otherwise?
Yeah, that makes sense. If they're following all the rules and they've done everything they're supposed to do.
Okay, then let's go to slide number 40. So when I look at the expired temporary abandonment, when you look at that definition, does this definition clarify that a well is no longer in approved, let's say, temporary abandonment status category, and then also is not in compliance?
Yeah, I was trying to figure something out. So I saw the slides where they were showing that in the New Mexico data system, they're already using that term, which I hadn't seen before. And what I was wondering about on that is, the way they're using it there, what did they think that meant when they did that, right? Did they think that was something that was out of, that was not within the regulatory tolerance, or what? Or maybe I'm thinking about the other definition. Maybe it's the other one, isn't it? It was had the screen they showed, and you had the drop down on the database on the website.
I remember.
Was it expired? It was expired temporary abandonment, wasn't it?
I don't think I saw expired, but I saw abandoned.
It was 3 words.
Temporary
I thought it was expired temporary abandonment. So I guess, are there wells that are already in the system that are that meant a different thing at the time, right? So does it mean something different now? Like when I think about temporary abandonment, I never knew that that was a dirty word until now, right? You know, we would temporarily abandon wells as a regular course, and because that was something we did internally. That okay, I'm not going to. I don't know what I'm not going to produce this well right now, but I don't know what I'm going to do with it. But I'm either going to abandon it or I'm going to do something else with it. But that was kind of an internal to the company. I got to, you know, I'm sitting here thinking about this after everything that's been discussed and all the questions I've been asked, and I don't hate this, and I'm not sure why it's such a big deal at this point. It seems like it's one of the lesser important issues, but I may not understand what effect it has in some other legal context. Like, does it trigger something I don't understand? That would be my hesitation about that. Is just make sure that it's not confusing or that it doesn't trigger something somewhere else. Just verify that.
Well, don't you believe that the approved TA should be classified and differentiated from
Yes.
expired TAs?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
So don't you believe that it's just a clarity that this one is given to differentiate between approved TA and an expired TAs?
Well, I could see another idea would be there's two reasons why it could be no longer approved, right? Is one of them is it has a mechanical integrity problem, and the other one is that it just ran out of time on how long it was supposed to be abandoned. So what popped in my head when I was thinking about this was, well, what if you had a lapsed temporary abandonment, and you had a different category for maybe something completely different. You could call it, if you had a mechanical maintenance issue. Then when you were categorizing it in your database, everybody would know, well, these are the ones that we got to go do something about that have an actual mechanical problem. These are the ones that just ran out of time, right? It'd be two different categories of, I mean, asking for ideas. I'm just giving you ideas that popped into my head. So.
Yeah, but from, let's say, OCC point of view, rule has to be very clear, not confusing.
Right.
So when anybody reads it, they do know how to implement it.
Right. So if you said, what I'm saying is, let's say you said lapsed temporary abandonment, then you would know what that meant. That meant time. And if you said, mechanical integrity problem, whatever you want to call it, you would know that was because that one had mechanical integrity. I'm thinking too about, I've done a lot of database work. So I was thinking how you would categorize these in your database to keep track of all this stuff.
Oh, so instead of the expired, you want elapsed.
Yeah, you can say elapsed.
Okay.
Now, again, I'm just giving you some ideas.
Okay.
And then that doesn't sound the same as maybe anything that's used anywhere else, right?
Okay.
And then over on if it's mechanical integrity is the reason it fell out of favor, then you need to come up with something else for that, because that's the one you really got to worry about, right? That's the well that you need to go do something about.
Okay. Let's go to slide number 45. And I'm building a case here for us to discuss about the bonding and all of that. So bear with me on that. So on this slide, if the commission decides to keep the 90 days, there will be no issues, right?
Well, obviously, I'm not making these decisions. I would feel better if you had more than 30 days. So that I like 90 days better than 30. If you had a little bit more than that, I'd be even happier with it. So that's my answer.
Thank you. Now to the difficult one. Let's get to slide number 55. So I do have a lot of questions here that I want to walk through with you on this one.
Okay.
Help the commission to understand, from your point of view, the difference between inactive well and a marginal well.
Well, obviously, the inactive well is not producing, I guess. So that would be the difference, I suppose. Yeah.
Now, so looking at the title E, inactive wells and wells in approved and expired, or let's say the elapsed, temporarily abandoned status. So I asked you earlier a question about do you believe that approved TAs are in compliance? So more or less should be left alone. Do you
Yes,
remember that?
if you verify the mechanical integrity and it's approved for temporary abandonment, then it seems like that well's in good shape.
With this bonding issue that we're discussing here, will it be your suggestion that the commission should probably take out the approved from this category?
So for inactive wells,
So if you look at it, it is inactive
Inactive wells,
wells
wells
with,
approved.
yeah, read through that.
okay. Well, here's some of my hesitation with this this sort of line of questioning. Just so you know, is I'm thinking of those regulations sort of like a computer program. And my programming experience is I would change something over here and I'd break something over here that I didn't intend to, you know. So that's what I'm worried about is that, and obviously the folks that put all this together really thought it through carefully and how all these things interact. So having said that, maybe ask your question one more time. Help me out here.
Okay.
Sorry.
You know, and I'm trying to see where the compromise could be, you know, so Nimoga can really look at it and come up with something. You know, I don't really want Nimoga to just give recommendations and then all of a sudden closing statements, whatever, we see a bunch of red lines. That one is going to be tough. From my point of view, I want to be able to discuss issues before I vote on it. You know, if I've not discussed issue, I'm not really going to feel comfortable voting on it as an engineer, as you said, right? So on this one, the E, would you agree or let's say recommend that we change the heading to inactive wells in expired TA status?
Inactive wells. So you want to take out the approved.
Exactly.
Okay. Let me think about this a minute. Let's see, inactive wells. And so the wells in expired temporarily abandoned status or whatever you come up with. And you're taking out approved also in the next line, I guess.
Yes.
You put me on the spot here. So let me see if I can figure this out. I don't know whether I can really do this, but I'm going to give it my best shot to answer your question. So it seems like if you take the approved out, what have you done? So you've got inactive wells that they're not in temporarily approved status. So they haven't been through that process yet. So we take those out of the picture. And then you've got wells that were, I guess at one point they were approved, but now they're not. Okay. So, and then I've got inactive wells that haven't gone through the whole process yet. Okay. Well, that's a good point. So does it end up being that you wouldn't have to post a bond for the approved temporary abandoned wells? Ah, okay. Thank you.
I'm doing the work for Nimoga, which is not good.
Okay, I see where you're headed now. Well, I have been wondering about that. Why are we having to post a bond for something that we figured out is not a threat, right? Particularly if I spend a bunch of money to figure that out, which is what is being requested. So, you know, I'm not making any decisions and I'm not in charge here. Okay. So I'm just giving you what I'm thinking, but you know, I don't think that's a terrible idea. Put it that way.
You know, we've talked about bad actors and then prudent operators. So as you think about it, prudent operators will more or less follow the rule. And they will make sure that their wells in compliance. So as I think about it, if they are in compliance, then why should we punish them?
Well, that makes sense to me. It does.
Now you've talked about, so now we just focusing on the inactive wells and then expired wells, expired status wells. Those wells are not in compliance. Now, why would you have a problem putting that 150,000 bond on them?
Well, okay, there's going to be a debate about that amount, right?
Yeah.
Based on what we think actual plugging and remediation costs are. So if we could maybe table that amount, I don't. You're asking like, do I have an objection to folks they've got wells that are not in compliance posting a bond? I can't say that I think that's completely unreasonable. That seems reasonable to me. So
Yeah, and Oxy also agreed to that as well.
so and I guess there is the other big hammer that's in this whole thing, right? Maybe we're going to get to it in a minute, which is that 15%
We'll get to
deal. Yeah.
we'll get to that.
Right. So that actually plays into this, right?
We will get to that one.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Now, I just want to ask you, I think we are in agreement that wells that are not in compliance, definitely those are the wells that can, that will probably be in a position where OCD has to block those if they are not in compliance.
Well, they might.
They
right?
might.
They
They
might.
might.
Yeah.
And then based on all the testimony, OCD saying in that instance, this is $150,000 that I have to use to plug these wells.
Well, I'm not going to vote for the amount at this point, but I would say that it's. I would expect what comes out of this is something that similar to that, but I don't know what's going to come out of it, right?
And this one is all inactive and expired. So those ones, I think we have to go all in and put it on, as suggested by the applicants, and even Oxy also agreed to that. But if you look at E, we've discussed about the approved TA status. Do you believe that there has to be a bonding category for that, or that can also fall into the active bonding, the overall blanket bonding?
Well, yeah, and this is where these things interact, right? Because you would be motivating the operator to do more to make sure that the well was had the mechanical integrity and everybody had the evidence to show that. If they felt like if that took them out of the status where you didn't have to have a bond for that particular well. So, properly temporary abandonment. I've done all the things that you need to do engineering wise. I've got corrosion inhibited fluid in the well bore. I'm monitoring it, so, there might be a little balance there. If you could move those where you don't have to have a bonding on those, but you're just focused on the ones that are, like you said. Am I answering your question?
Yes.
Okay.
And as we're talking through this, I believe it will build a case for Nimoga to give us something that we are aware of. I don't want any surprises. That is why I'm asking you these questions.
Okay.
So,
well, just to be clear, nobody's given me authority to do anything.
oh yeah. Once you're on the seat, you are helping us too to make decisions.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go to slide number 56. Another big problem. Yeah. So yesterday, Commissioner Bloom asked Mr. Arthur about if there could be any exceptions to the marginal rule, so something to think about. We will come to that. But I want to explore the bonding for this category that we have here.
Yes.
Now, you stressed on using the age, the depth, and all of that, the risk-based approach. Can you explain to the commission from your opinion, how some of these factors that you've listed before, especially the age of the well, can be incorporated in, let's say, the bonding for the marginal wells?
Well, folks may hate these ideas I come up with, but when I'm looking when I'm trying to figure out candidates for restimulation, I build a system for ranking, right? And I would go through the well files, and I would actually, I worked with a geologist to do this, and we would come up with a way to provide points. But in this case, I think what you really like to have is you need to figure out what the drivers are that's causing these outliers. That's one thing I'd like to see people do. And that would give you a lot of information. And then also see if you could come up with a system of ranking the wells by risk, and then get that to correlate, right? Us engineers like correlations.
Yeah.
If you could get that, because right now what we have is everybody said, well, look at they do this plot, and well, the plugging cost doesn't seem to go with the depth, right? That it kind of does, but it kind of doesn't. Well, that means you don't have a great correlation. And you would understand what I'm saying, R squared. So wouldn't it be great if you could figure out something that was a linear relationship where you had developed a way of ranking these, right? And then if you had made some clear guidelines of how to put them in the different buckets, and then come up with now everybody may hate this idea because it's complex, but if you're technically trying to really focus in on where the risk is, that's how I would do it. If I owned a portfolio of wells and I was trying to figure out which ones were the highest risk for plugging, that's what I would do. I would figure out a way to rank these things. I'd have a point system. I'd focus in on those wells. So if you did the same thing here, there's a possible that then you wouldn't be penalizing folks that have taken care of their business, right? That have young wells, that are dealing with, and say I've got a well that makes almost no water, and it makes almost all oil and very little gas, and it's sweet gas. Well, oil is a pretty nice corrosion inhibitor, right? So that one's not as big a problem. So, and this other thing to think about, I got to thinking about this. Like we're talking about the corrosion and what's going on right there at that time. Well, you got to remember that the thing was corroded over the life of the well. So if you think about CO2 partial pressure and what that does to metallurgy. So if earlier in the life of the well, I had really high pressures, right? Let's say I've got gas with CO2 in it and I've got high pressures. My partial pressure, based on the percentage of CO2 in that gas stream, is going to be high. Well, that means it had been attacking my steel early on in the life of the well, not right now. And then as the pressure drops, my CO2 partial pressure drops. And in the latter life of the well, it's not going on. So the question is how much damage was done in the early period, right? So you'd want to look at that. Is that making sense here?
You know, it would be much easier if, let's say, all the people that are going to implement the rules do have the knowledge that you have. But unfortunately, we don't, right? So we need to come up with some rules here, right?
Well, the CO2 content is something you can measure. And if they're selling gas, I guarantee you the gas purchaser is making them analyze that on a continuous basis. So if I got a high CO2 well, you could categorize that differently. Am I making sense there?
Yeah, you are definitely. Engineers are discussing. So I'm okay with that.
Officer, and I'd like to proffer, I think the direction from the commission has been pretty clear that you would like to see some additional recommendations and proposals from industry, and we're fully prepared to do that. I just want to make sure that the witness doesn't get too far away from his testimony in terms of getting into specific proposals, but just want to throw that out there that is certainly something we're preparing to do.
Yeah, so I went through the remaining witnesses, and the question that I do have is, do they have the information that we're looking for? Right. So let's say in his testimony, he talked about using the depth, the age. He
Sure.
talked about all of that.
Of course.
But
No,
there's no quantification. So I'm trying to see if I can get that to
understood.
help us.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, think about a decision tree. Okay. You could start out with, I've got boxes with arrows, right? And I go, how old is the well? Categorize that. What's the fluid system? Categorize that. It wouldn't have to be that terribly complicated to come up with a risk profile.
Yeah, but there's no testimony in front of the commission that does exactly what you're saying to tell us to advise us how to implement the risk base. It's all recommendation, but there's no direct, steps to
I
help us
understand.
implement the rule.
I'm proposing I mean, if you gave me this as an engineering project, I would just have to take some time and go analyze all the data and come back and give you an answer. And I haven't had the luxury of doing that. So
Yeah, and that is exactly what the applicants, experts, they did. I mean, they substantiated everything that they are providing to the commission, but Nimoga is actually not doing that, and there are great industrial discussions that we've had, but we want boom, boom. We want the bottom line items here. So on this one, D, you be okay if, let's say, we change the inactive wells to expired TA status wells.
are we taking, you're okay, a second here. You're taking the inactive wells out, but you're keeping the marginal wells in?
Yes, and then we do expired TAs.
Well, I'm trying to figure, okay, if I had a marginal well and it had mechanical integrity, why is it more of a risk than a temporarily abandoned well? Right? That's a confusion for me. In fact, somebody's watching it every day, probably, it's if it's making oil, you're coating the tubulars. You might have corrosion inhibition programs ongoing where you're injecting corrosion inhibitor. I mean, you should anyway. So it seems like your marginal well is not a bigger risk than your temporary abandoned well.
And I'm trying to build a case here. So would you agree, or do you have any experience where a 5-year well, a 10-year well could become a marginal well, let's say from primary production, right at the end of primary production, even though this is a new well, but we are hitting the residual oil saturation to the primary, so it will become more or less a marginal well based on our definition.
At some point, it would, depending on how you want to define marginal wells, at some point, every well is going to be a marginal well. Yeah.
So the question that I asked you earlier on with regards to number one, I was thinking if Nimoga can provide us with some exceptions, because you've discussed all these great items about, let's say, a marginal well, which is not aged. It's not going to be an orphan well, or let's say will not require the same plug-in cost, compared to, let's say, a well that could probably become an orphan well.
Yeah.
So would you agree that, I mean, Nimoga can come up with some, or the parties can come up with some options, or let's say exceptions, that even Commissioner Bloom brought that up, and I thought it was a good idea too.
So would these be kind of like on a case-by-case basis exceptions, or would they be?
Exactly. Not necessarily case by case, but a bullet point similar to what Mr. Alexander tried to do for the beneficial use. So let's say if IPNM, or let's say Nimoga, feels like this is really harsh and it's not really targeted, we want it to be more targeted. So could there be some exceptions to really make sure that we are not really going after the small producers who are still prudent producers?
Okay, so those exceptions would apply to marginal wells?
Yes.
And the exceptions would be based upon what?
I mean,
that's what you're asking me, right?
Well, so what I'm trying to get at is not necessarily the definition of the marginal wells, but is it all marginal wells that we have to put that $150,000 bond on?
Okay, so let's think about that a minute. So are all marginal wells created equal?
Exactly.
Okay, well, I'm saying that they're not.
So I want to see.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, right? So, well, if you use the same approach that we talked about earlier, if you had a way to categorize, then you could say, well, look, these marginal wells are not at risk because they're in this category. These marginal wells are, and have some sort of a cutoff. So now again, you need to do some more engineering to figure out what that looks like exactly. I don't think it's horrible though. I don't think it's like a terribly difficult task. You're going to need some well data, and you need a good robust database that has your information in it that's been scrubbed. And then you need to start working the problem and see if you could simulate the outcome based on the way you break it down, and then figure out, well, if I do this, is it going to raise enough money to take care of the problem, the ultimate problem, which is, are we going to have enough assurance here to make sure the state's not stuck with anything? So I think it's doable. I think it's possible to do something like that.
So number 2, so the applicant was generous, and OCD is saying that beginning May 1, I got it right this time, beginning May 1, 2028, an operator shall provide one well plug-in financial assurance for each marginal well. On that provision, don't you believe that they are giving operators enough time to also make sure that you don't really have a lot of their wells in marginal category?
Run that by me again. I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
So number 2.
Number 2, okay.
Yeah. So it's not like
once this is January on there, so
so it's May.
Oh, it's May now.
Yeah,
okay,
it's May
all
now.
right. Okay.
It's May now.
That confused me. Sorry.
Yeah. So don't you believe that they are providing enough time for prudent operators, to at least work on their wells, to make sure that they do not, especially
2028, yeah. Okay, so that does give them some time. Now, where we were at a minute ago was we were talking about having some marginal wells that are not subject to the financial assurance because you can categorize them as low risk. And this gets where all these things are interacting, right? Like there's all these, do I get both of these or one of these, because you cut down on the burden on the operator if you can say, well, I'm taking these wells off the table. They meet the criteria it's a quote unquote marginal well, but it's exempted because of this criteria, whatever that might be. Well, then that would give you time, to figure out, well, what am I going to do about the marginal wells that look like they're a threat? Because again, I don't think all the marginal wells are created equal.
So number 3, there has been a lot of discussion, and I want to ask you, 30% has been the other number that has been thrown out, aside the 15%. Do you think is a good number?
Well, here's the thing that I don't understand, though, is like, okay, let's just say I've got 100 wells and I've got 15 of them that are currently, and under this, it's marginal or inactive, right? Under what it reads right there, I guess. So maybe I get another 5. Something happens, they go down, whatever. For whatever reason, frac hits, something. And so now suddenly I've got this huge financial assurance issue for all my wells. And what that feels like is suddenly my blanket bond just turned into like, $15 million overnight. So this is one of the main things in this whole thing that is disturbing from an operator's perspective. I don't understand why you wouldn't just say, well, I got one more well that doesn't meet the criteria. Why don't I get another bond on that one? Why am I getting hammered for all my wells? Now I understand there was a theory in there that, well, that's going to get rid of some of the bad operators, but what could happen is, how the surety market's really going to react to this. Does anybody really know? Well, if the guy can't get his surety and he suddenly got a $15 million issue that he can't handle, I think he may just hand you the keys and walk off. And now you've just been left with all of his mess to deal with. So that doesn't seem like a great idea to me. It seems like either you need to raise that number quite a bit or give the ability to make it incremental. Like, okay, you've got more wells now than you had last week that are not meeting the criteria. Here's your additional plugging assurance requirement.
So Mr. Purvis showed us the analysis that he did, showing why they picked the 15%. And then OCD deputy director, he thought that the industry would come to the table to have that discussion, to come up with some
Yeah.
number. But as of now, it has not happened. But 30%, Mr. Arthur feels like it was okay. And we've looked at the numbers, at least based on what was presented to us.
Yeah, I think that was speculation.
Okay, we'll wait to see what
Because that's
Nimoga
just the
will say about
guess.
that.
That's just the guess, right? Like who knows what the number ought to be. If you made it incremental, then it's like if I got a well that's a problem, I get more financial assurance, and I do that incrementally every time I get one. Well, that's different, right? Now, maybe if you raise it high enough, you don't really trigger that very often, right? But again, my concern is you put this small operator, even a pretty good size operator, in a bind financially without intending to, and they just walk off and leave it. They just leave you with a problem. So that would be an unintended consequence of this, right? And I don't know enough about the surety markets. I mean, we had an expert on that sounded pretty compelling to me, but that's up to you guys to decide. I know that what I do know about risk and institutions that lend money is if I had a well that was the first well I drilled for the current. The most recent company, right, was the best well I've ever drilled in my career. It's like a 1.5 million barrel well. It was, came in great. I couldn't borrow a dime on that well because I got one well, right? So you have to you have to be able to spread the risk. So I had to have concentration risk is the way what they told me. We're not going to loan you any money on that. So even when I got 6 wells, they're kind of like, maybe. So we finally got them to loan us some money so that we didn't have to use all our equity to continue development. So my point is, the principle that makes sense to me from what I've heard, and again, I'm not a surety expert, but is concentration risk. So if you had a whole bunch of surety in New Mexico, you've got a lot of concentration risk, and a lot of concentration risk. $15 million with one operator. Who apparently was in enough of a bind that he, was having a hard time not plugging all his wells. I don't know, but I guess what I'm saying is you might drive some folks over the cliff, and then they walk up and leave you with a mess. And I know you don't want that, right? So is there another answer to this question, right? Is there another way to do that? Incremental, and take an incremental approach with risk-adjusted bond amounts based on how risky the wells look. Am I making any sense there?
Yeah, but still, if you look at number 2, they've already given you more than 2 years also, to make sure that you do whatever you have to do to not fall into that $150, 150,000 per well.
I think if I saw this cliff coming, I'm just going to have to abandon my plans for a bunch of my wells and just plug them and figure out something else to do. Right? Because I wouldn't want to be in that situation where I had that cliff right there. And I wouldn't want to be going to my private equity guys going, hey guys, I got this little problem here. I can't get financial assurance for $15 million, but I'm supposed to have that tomorrow. And I'm not quite clear, like, how quick do I have to have this financial assurance? Pretty quick, I think. So that just sounds like a nightmare from an operator's perspective. I'll just be frank with you.
We will we'll wait and see what Nimoga will provide to the commission. But my last question to you on page 75, we are on here. Page 75. So you're saying that the 12 months assessment window, so you're referring to the marginal wells at 12 months, you're saying that is very short. So what is your recommendation?
Okay, so you're taking my 1 month engineering study I would need to do, and I put it into 10 minutes or something. So let me think about this a minute, but I want to do my best to try to give you an answer. Okay, so the scenario I was thinking of was I'm literally picturing in my mind something I want to go do in Texas, right, with some marginal wells. So, and I'm visualizing, okay, I want to retain my running room long enough to get it done, and I've got to convince everybody to keep giving me more money so I can keep going, right? So I've got to test the concept. It would probably take me a year. I know it's taken me a year. I still don't have my deal signed, and I've been negotiating with these guys for a year. Now they're sitting on the wells, right? The wells are out there right now, and they're sitting on the wells. So it's taken me a year just to negotiate the deal. So the whole thing could evaporate on me before I ever get started. Then once I get the deal done, well, now I can't go raise money until I have the deal, right? So now I got to go talk to folks to see if somebody will back me. Well, how long is that going to take? Well, I'm hoping it only takes about 6 months, something like that, maybe. And then I got to go execute the first one. So I go do the first ones, and hooray, they work. Okay, so then they're going to go, okay, go do a few more. Right? You see what I'm getting at. Now I know everybody wants a hard and fast number, and it would be a lot simpler, but now, if that's what everybody decides to do, that's what they decide to do. I'm just saying that you run the risk of basically squelching the ability to do what I just talked about, which was what's kind of the approach I've taken in the past, and found a bunch of oil that was valuable. Am I answering your question?
Well, so you are not ready to tell us whether it's 24 months, whether it's 12 months, whether it's 18 months.
Well, let's see. Let's just say if you just, I've got my little hypothetical here.
Okay.
What would I love to have? I'd love to have like 5 years, right? Because, well, this, transient flow, right? How long does it take for me to get a good decline curve? Right? Dr. Fetchovich would speak to this, right? So, if I'm doing decline curves and transient flow, well, I'm really kind of guessing, particularly if something's never been done before. I don't have any analogs to go to. So yeah, 5 years would be great, but if anybody going to let them do that, I have no idea. Right.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate the conversation.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Bloom on the platform, do you have questions of Mr. McGowan?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I think most of my questions have been asked and answered, although Dr. Mpoma reminded me that I had brought up the question yesterday of how we deal with midstream, how we deal with potential midstream shutdowns and how those could count against the 180 days. If we look at the definition of midstream, perhaps, sir, we could extend that definition. Let me pull it up here. So we have in 1915 2M2, marginal well means an oil or gas well that produced less than 120 days and less than 1,000 barrels of oil equivalent within a consecutive 12-month period. We could add to that. However, days of production lost to midstream shutdowns shall be ignored, and the 12-month period of scrutiny shall be extended by the same number of days. Essentially, we wouldn't hold the shutdown period against the production of the well. Mr. McGowan, do you think something like that could work as an exception?
Yeah, I like that. I like something like that because there's a force majeure type of issue, and I don't even remember Snowmageddon, I think they called it in Texas. We had a lot of problems with that, and periodically we would have the compressors go down on the midstream that our wells were going into, and they did helpful things like, they decided to put all our wells on a high pressure line for their convenience, which meant we had to run around and get compressors. They put everybody else, all the other guys. We had new wells, right? So they were high pressure. So long story short, we ended up having to run around and get a bunch of compressors, which was so there's some force majeure things like that. If you could build those into it that are beyond your controls, I would support that for sure.
Yeah, thank you. I was thinking of force majeure as well. And I just wanted to put that suggested language out there. It might not be fully polished yet, but we can give people some time to think about it. It's easier to introduce the topic now than trying to do it on the stand during deliberation. So, Mr. McGowan, thank you for your time. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bloom. Chair Track?
Nope.
Nope. All righty. Any reason not to excuse Mr. McGowan?
Free at last, free at last.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGowan. Is your mic on?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I apologize. I was requesting that Commissioner Bloom be asked to circulate his proposed language to the parties so that the parties can look it over and appreciate his suggestion.
All right. I think that would be unusual to ask a commissioner to propose language. What he might be looking for is some proposed language from each of you who would have a position on it.
I may be mistaken. But I thought he was reading some language and it might just be easier for the parties. I don't take him to, but in any event.
The transcript may help you if that is available.
Yeah. All righty. Shall we take a 12-minute break before our next witness? Come back at 2:20? Let's come back from the break, please. Mr. Swazo,
Madam Hearing Officer,
Ms. Fox.
we have an outstanding motion to exclude Mr. Sporich's rebuttal testimony.
You do, don't you? All right. And Mr. Sporch is next.
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer.
Okay. Let's see. So I do with that motion. I read the motion and the response. I didn't see a reply. Would you like to offer a reply now? I'll give you the last word on the motion. I'm inclined not to exclude the testimony, just reviewing the direct testimony and the rebuttal, and even looking at the SIR rebuttal slides that we got last night. But I'll give you the last word on the reply.
We're not moving to exclude the SIR rebuttal. We're moving to exclude the rebuttal. And that is because the requirements in the procedural order are the same for rebuttal as for SIR rebuttal. And that is that in rebuttal, the rebuttal is rebutting direct testimony. And in order to submit rebuttal testimony, the witness must identify the direct testimony that it is rebutting. And nowhere in Mr. Sporich's 18 pages of rebuttal testimony does he specifically identify direct testimony that he's rebutting. If you look at, for example, the format that applicants used for their rebuttal testimony, at the beginning of our rebuttal testimony, there was a general question to each of the witnesses, do you have a general response to, the direct testimony submitted by industry? And there's a general response. But for 200 pages of rebuttal testimony, we followed the rules of the procedural order, and that was to identify the specific direct testimony by witness and by page number that was being rebutted and asking for a response. And I think the rules in that regard, both for rebuttal and SIR rebuttal, are eminently clear. And that was not followed in any way, shape, or form by Mr. Sporich's rebuttal testimony. In their response, NMOGA claims that our motion to exclude was untimely. And that is because in the procedural order, the time for filing motions to exclude and dispositive motions was September 15th. Rebuttal testimony was filed September 19th. So we are not time travelers, and so there was no way to submit, to file the motion to exclude by that date. That date, in my view, didn't apply to rebuttal testimony because it could not have been met. NMOGA also complains that Mr. Morgan submitted in SIR rebuttal sort of a tiny bit of SIR rebuttal to Mr. Sporich's rebuttal, and therefore the entirety of his rebuttal should come in. However, at that point in time when Mr. Morgan was submitting his, giving his SIR, there was not, that rebuttal testimony was not excluded. And so not to waive SIR rebuttal, we had to present that. But if the motion to exclude is granted, we have no problem striking that SIR rebuttal testimony of Mr. Morgan's. And then finally, Mr. Sporich's 18 pages of legal, it's basically 18 pages of legal argument where he's talking about why our proposals don't meet the requirements or are outside the authority of the Oil and Gas Act. Obviously something that could have been done in direct testimony, because what he is rebutting, quote unquote, are our proposals, not direct testimony in any way, shape, or form. And so, but because it's pure legal argument, NMOGA suffers no prejudice. They can make all these arguments in their post-hearing brief. And for that reason, we move to exclude.
Right, and I think, Ms. Fox, the commission is going to be taking up the motion to dismiss at the end of the hearing, and I noted that there were definitely some overlap between Mr. Sporich's testimony and that motion. I agree with you that his rebuttal testimony, or what they put forth as his rebuttal testimony, only identifies the applicant's testimony, which it's responding to in the most general of terms, not by witness, but by regulatory section, is what they say. I'm not inclined to exclude it, though, not because of untimeliness, obviously, and not because, because it would take excluding the rebuttal of Mr. Morgan. Although knowing that Mr. Morgan provided rebuttal, let me ask if there's any other rebuttal you would want to offer if Mr. Sporich's rebuttal is not excluded.
No, Madam Hearing Officers, it's a legal argument.
Yeah, okay. I think based on some of the questions the commissioners have already had and their interest in this topic, and knowing that the rebuttal testimony did not as rigorously follow the pre-hearing order as the applicants did. Again, I'm still not inclined to exclude it, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer.
Mr. Suazo.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. NMOGA calls Mr. Clayton Sporich to testify.
Mr. Sporich, would you spell your first and last name, please?
Yes, Clayton, Clayton, Sporich, Sporich.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Suazo.
Mr. Sporich, how are you this afternoon?
Good, thank you.
Excellent. Will you please state your name and role in this proceeding for the commission?
Yes, my name is Clayton Sporich, and I am the industry legal expert for NMOGA for this hearing in front of the commission.
And can you please tell the commission about your professional background and experience in the oil and gas industry?
Yes, I've got approximately 15 years of oil and gas, land, legal, and regulatory experience. I've worked with companies primarily here in New Mexico, from Matador Resources when they were a new entry for horizontal development in the early 2012 timeframe. And then most recently, I was with Taprock Resources, which I co-founded with my partners in 2016 to primarily develop here in New Mexico in the Delaware Basin, which I left in 2024.
And what was your role with Taprock while you were there?
I was EVP of Land and Legal, in charge of obviously the Land and Legal Department, but also regulatory and administration. We at Taprock there put together roughly 25 to 30,000 net acres in the Delaware Basin in New Mexico. And at one point was one of the most active operators in New Mexico between 2021 and 2023, producing upwards of 150,000 BOE per day.
And in those roles, or that role, did your day-to-day duties involve oil and gas operations in New Mexico?
Yes.
Now, let's move on to your slide number 3. What is the purpose of your direct testimony, Mr. Sporich?
Well, overall, I'm a little concerned with some of Welk's and the applicants' proposals and how they exceed the authority granted by the legislature. It is my legal opinion that many of these provisions should be stricken or modified by this commission to maintain compliance with the New Mexico Oil and Gas Act.
And did you also file rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes.
What was the purpose of your rebuttal testimony?
The purpose of my rebuttal testimony was to respond to certain arguments and assertions made in the testimonies of Welk and OCD witnesses and explain why NMOGA maintains that the applicant's proposals are legally flawed and contrary to the act.
Now, moving on to your slide number 4, could you please go over your overarching concerns with applicants' testimony and proposals?
Yes, applicants' proposals seem to promote waste and exceed the statutory authority. We also believe that applicants' proposed changes to New Mexico's existing oil and gas financial assurance regime conflict with the statutory text and purpose of this commission. Numerous independent violations of the Act's limited financial assurance authority and applicants' proposed amendments to 1915-8-9 of NMAC, and also to OCD's lack of jurisdiction to require that operators certify compliance with the laws of other states, as currently proposed under applicants' updates to 1915-9-8B, C, and E of NMAC, governing operator registrations, and 1915-9-9B and C NMAC governing transfer of operatorship.
Thank you, Mr. Spores. Now let's move on to your slide number 5. Can you help us understand your concerns with statutory overreach, and can you provide an overview of the provisions implicated in this rulemaking that you believe fall outside of the commission and the division's statutory authority?
Yeah, you're going to see on the next couple of slides some tables that contain visual representations of Welk's proposed changes alongside with the statutory provisions that would prevent this commission from adopting those proposals.
And what are your specific concerns with the provisions that violate the commission's and division's duty to prevent waste and protect correlative rights?
As you can see from the first proposal here to proposed definition of beneficial purpose under 1915-7B7 and NMAC, we believe that this definition is narrow and it violates OCC's statutory mandate to prevent waste and protect correlative rights. Also, the applicant's presumption of no beneficial use under 1915-25-9 of NMAC seems to sweep in wells capable of production in violation, again, of OCC's statutory mandate to prevent waste and protect correlative rights. We also believe that the financial assurance for marginally produced wells under 1915-8-9D of NMAC are too rigid and impractical new margin well standards that facilitate waste. And finally, on this slide, the heightened requirements for marginally produced wells, 1915-8-9D NMAC. This could lead to premature abandonment of marginally economic and shut-in wells and prevent full recovery.
Very good. Moving on to slide 6. Can you give us an overview of the next bucket dealing with the additional statutory overreach concerns that you have?
Yeah, this next bucket consists of the applicant's financial assurances proposals that we believe directly violate the Act's expressed financial assurance limitations. You see in here, the applicant's financial assurance for active, inactive, and temporarily abandoned wells under 1915-8-9C, E, and F of NMAC violates statutory mandates that one well financial assurance must be in amounts determined sufficient to reasonably pay the costs of plugging the wells covered by the financial assurance. Also, Welk's financial assurance for these active, inactive, and temporary abandoned wells violate statutory mandates that OCD must consider the depth of the well involved, the length of time since the well was produced, the cost of plugging similar wells, and such other factors as the OCD deems relevant. And finally, on this table here, Welk's financial assurance for active, inactive, and temporarily abandoned wells and financial assurance for marginally producing wells and annual CPI adjustments to financial assurance requirements violates the express $250,000 statutory plugging cap and express $50,000 statutory cap for temporary abandoned wells.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to slide 7, which is the final slide dealing with statutory overreach concerns. Can you please explain to the commission your concerns as depicted on this slide?
Yes, this next bucket here contains proposals that we believe that are falling outside of OCC and OCD's enabling statute. The Welk's annual CPI adjustments to financial assurance requirements. The Act doesn't allow for annual price adjustments. It doesn't mention it anywhere in the act. And previous attempts to legislate this exact same provision have failed. The applicant's proposal to require OCD to deny acquisitions based on financial assurance under 1915-89A of NMAC seem to OCC's and OCD's statutory authority doesn't extend to regulating acquisitions or private party transactions. And finally, applicants' operator registration and changes of operator restrictions seem to have OCC and OCD's authority in this act is limited by the act to the laws of this state.
Very good. Let's move on to the next section of your testimony dealing with beneficial purposes or beneficial use as proposed by the applicants. Mr. Sports, can you tell the commission what your view is on Welk's proposal to add a definition of beneficial purposes or beneficial use?
Yes, NMOGA believes that these proposals contain unnecessary subjectivity for what is considered beneficial. They also constrain operational flexibility and could trigger premature enforcement or plugging requirements. And finally, it seems that some of these terms might conflict with the legal term of art used in water law.
Now, why does NMOGA oppose Welk's attempt to prohibit speculative purposes?
Well, historically, uses deemed to be beneficial in the context of oil and gas regulations have been evaluated in relation to the concept of waste. For example, the proposal would not allow for purposes such as secondary and tertiary recovery, monitoring, and compliance issues. I think that the industry is looking for definitions that are broad and flexible, and so that it does not constrain future beneficial uses so that we are not preventing waste and we are protecting correlative rights.
And staying with this slide, what is the risk of defining beneficial use too narrowly? You kind of touched it already if I don't have anything else to add, but just thought I'd follow up.
Yeah, as I mentioned previously, it has to deal with secondary recovery and tertiary recovery.
Very good. Still sticking with this slide, can you describe in your experience how low producing wells can be used for, other things that you kind of referenced, like various testing and things of that nature?
Yes, in my experience, specifically at Taprock Resources, we've taken over older vertical wells and fracked different horizons that had not been previously tested, and then extrapolated that information to continue to develop the field in that area.
Okay. And did NMOGA's other witnesses address this proposal as well?
Yes.
And did you review their testimony?
Yes, I reviewed the testimony of Mr. Arthur, Mr. McGowan, and found it credible.
Is the term beneficial use already used as a legal term of art?
Yes, as I mentioned before, it's used in water law here in the state of New Mexico. And to prevent cross-use of this term, the commission should clarify that beneficial use is an oil and gas context, and the oil and gas context is altogether separate from beneficial use in water law.
Thank you. What is NMOGA's final position on this issue?
NMOGA urges the commission to decline the applicant's proposal. However, if the commission does adopt a definition, it should be, as I mentioned previously, broad and flexible, so not as to constrain future beneficial uses.
Now, have you heard the commissioners ask for additional proposals from NMOGA in this proceeding?
Yes, I have.
And did you provide a proposed alternate definition for the commission to consider in your testimony?
Yes, NMOGA proposes the following language on this slide for beneficial uses. For beneficial use purposes, and beneficial use means that a well is being used or is reasonably expected to be used in a productive, operational, or regulatory capacity consistent with its intended purpose. This includes, but is not limited to, production, injection, monitoring, regulatory compliance, or participation in reservoir management, pressure maintenance, or infrastructure optimization programs. In determining whether a well is being used for beneficial purposes, the division may consider operational records, production or injection history, regulatory filings, and operator submitted plans or supporting documentation. The division shall provide the operator a reasonable opportunity to demonstrate beneficial use prior to making any contrary determination. Use of a well shall not be deemed non-beneficial solely because it has produced or injected below a specific volumetric threshold. It has been temporarily inactive due to maintenance, market conditions, infrastructure limitations, or field-wide optimization. It is not producing and paying quantities on a standalone basis, but contributes value to a unitized or pad-level operation. Use of a well for speculative or indefinite purposes with no planned operational role may be deemed non-beneficial after consultation with the operator.
Thank you, Mr. Sports. I know that was a mouthful. Let's move on to your next section, dealing with presumption of beneficial use, which I think is slide 10. Can you please explain to the commission your concerns with Welk's proposed presumption regarding beneficial use?
Yes, the applicant's proposed minimum time frame and volume thresholds that, if not met, would result in a presumption of no beneficial use. As proposed, production wells would be presumed to have no beneficial use if during any consecutive 12-month period there is less than 90 days of production and less than 90-day total BOE. For saltwater disposal and injection wells, would be presumed to have no beneficial use during any consecutive 12 months or less than 90 days of injection and less than 100 barrels total injected. But wells drilled but not completed for less than 18 months and wells that have been completed but not produced for less than 18 months would be exempt from the applicant's presumption of no beneficial use threshold. In my experience, many viable wells have with beneficial uses beyond just production, injection, or disposal would fall below this threshold.
Okay, and sticking with slide 10 for the next few questions, what is NMOGA's concern with the 90-day or 1-year threshold?
Our concern is that it's overly rigid and operationally can be unrealistic, especially for wells with variable production, maintenance downtime, or wells waiting on infrastructure. NMOGA, has mentioned previously that wells undergo many different life cycles. It's not just as simple as drilling one horizontal well and we produce, and then that's the end of the life cycle for that well. So those are some of their concerns.
And how might this presumption affect vested property rights?
Well, if this presumption is not adequately rebutted during the response window, then the presumption would become a determination. And that subject well is not capable of beneficial use, which could be a triggering event that mandates plugging and abandoning obligations under the existing rules.
Can you help us to understand why that impact on vested property rights is not appropriate?
Well, the applicant's presumption as proposed would deprive the parties of property and the rights that they bargained for when those rights were acquired. By contrast, the law has historically abhorred forfeiture of property rights and instead favors interpretations that support protection of such rights. The commission cannot deprive parties of property and the rights they bargained for and should instead protect correlative rights.
Does NMOGA believe that the commission has the authority to adopt this presumption?
NMOGA does not. The Oil and Gas Act charges this commission with preventing waste and protecting correlative rights, not mandating plugging based on arbitrary volume cutoffs. The presumption risks depriving operators of property rights without legal justification.
All right, let's move on to your next slide, slide 11. Can you give us an example of any unintended notice or due process violations that might occur under this presumption as it is proposed?
Yes, as you can kind of see from this timeline chart here, it could be unclear from the language proposed when does the 30-day rebuttal period actually begin. This ambiguity makes compliance uncertain and creates procedural risk, and without clarity could amount to a taking without adequate notice or a breach of contract.
And do you anticipate this timeline can realistically be complied with?
No, I think as mentioned previously from a few NMOGA witnesses, the 30-day timeline seems to be extremely strict. In my experience, getting all parties involved to sign off on this type of information and properly understanding it all 30 days is not adequate. I think something closer to 90 days would be a better use.
Okay, and so what is NMOGA's overall recommendation to the commission on this provision?
NMOGA recommends that this commission oppose and not adopt the proposed presumption provision under 1915-25-9 of NMAC. This commission should retain the current rebuttable presumption framework already embedded in the inactive well rules, which offer a more fair determination.
And if the commission decides to move forward with applicant's proposal, despite the position you've provided today, what recommendations do you have for them?
You see here, again, first, still recommend that the rebuttable presumption that the well is not a beneficial use only applies if the well is not produced or injected for any reason for 5 consecutive years and the operator has not submitted a plan or application demonstrating intent to return the well to productive service. Second, here's a more reasonable time frame, which, a well inactive for more than 15 months creates the rebuttable presumption that a well is out of compliance.
All right, thank you. That completes your slides on beneficial use and the rebuttable presumption. Let's move on to the financial assurance slides for well plugging. I believe that's slide 14. Have you reviewed WELC's proposal for active, inactive, and temporarily abandoned wells?
Yes.
Can you please briefly summarize that proposal for active wells under this section?
Yes, you can see on this slide that points 1 and 2 summarize the changes of active wells, being one, that the operator would be required to provide individual financial assurances of $150,000 for each active well, whether through a bond, letter of credit, or insurance policy. Alternatively, operators could obtain a blanket bond of $250,000 to cover all active wells. The second point that the applicants proposed alone, an additional option of $200,000 blanket bond for operators with 5 or fewer active wells in its proposed amendments to the current versions of 1915-89C2 of NMAC.
Was that proposal dropped?
Yes, it was dropped.
Okay. Can you please summarize WELC's proposal for inactive wells under these sections?
Yes, as you can see from these slides here, points 3 and 4. 3, the operators would be required to provide individual financial assurances of $150,000 per well, whether through bond, letter of credit, or insurance policy, for each inactive well or well assigned approved, pending, or expired temporary abandoned status. This requirement is written with no flat blanket bond alternative in its proposed amendment. And also, the applicant has proposed adding a requirement under 1915-89F of NMAC that a $150,000 single well bond be obtained for each well not covered by blanket financial assurance, and would remove the blanket bond alternative in place under the existing rule.
Let's move on to slide 15, so you can touch on this point. How do these proposals conflict with the OCD's statutory framework for one well financial assurance?
Well, under the Act 7214A, OCD has the authority to require single well and blanket financial assurance. However, the statute makes clear that the one well financial assurance must be in the amounts determined sufficient to reasonably pay the cost of plugging the wells governed by financial assurance.
And did you hear the other witness testimony on these points?
I did.
Okay. How do these proposals conflict with OCD's statutory mandate to incorporate certain factors into the financial assurance rules?
Well, this portion of the Act goes on to require that when OCD determines financial assurance amounts, OCD must consider the depth of the well involved, the length of time since the well was produced, the cost of plugging similar wells, and such other factors as the OCD deems relevant. It doesn't appear that these factors were considered under the proposed financial assurance requirements, and none are included in the proposal itself. Instead, it's a one-size-fits-all proposition.
How do these proposals conflict with a statutorily mandated express cap on blanket bonding amounts?
Well, the blanket bonding requirements for inactive and approved, pending, or expired temporarily abandoned wells under 1915-89E of NMAC would require an average of $150,000 per well in total coverage, as well as the additional blanket bond provisions under Section F of that section, Provision F of NMAC of that section, requiring a $150,000 in additional per well coverage for each well not covered by the blanket bond assurance, which would easily require over $250,000 in bonding.
So moving to slide 16, to put a finer point on that, I guess, can you help us understand the statutory overreach at stake here, with a comparison between the current statutory limits and what WELC proposes?
Yes, as shown on this table, the applicant's proposed changes represent a stark contrast and a departure from the current limitations. Namely, the statute requires a blanket bonding amount of $250,000 for active wells that cannot be exceeded, and other clear limitations on financial assurances. The changes in the second column categorically exceed those amounts.
And what is NMOGA's recommendation to reconcile these conflicts with the Oil and Gas Act?
Well, NMOGA opposes that the use of an average $150,000 per well blanket bonding requirement. Instead, a $250,000 maximum blanking bonding amount should be utilized across the board, regardless of the number of wells, in accordance with the maximum amount of assurance set forth in the Act.
And if the commission decides instead not to utilize this $250,000 statutory maximum blanket bonding in accordance with the Act, what does NMOGA recommend?
Again, preference would be to leave the blanket bonding in place. But if the commission is going to go in a different direction, a tiered bonding amount could be used to based on the number of uncovered, temporarily abandoned wells similar to that's already in place. Under the current version of 1915-89D of NMAC, operators must provide financial assurance for wells in temporary abandonment status for more than 2 years, or for which temporary abandonment is being sought. Financial assurance may be satisfied by either one, per well bonding of $25,000 plus $2 per foot of well depth, or blanket bonding for a tiered approach of $150,000 for 1 to 5 wells, $300,000 for 6 to 10 wells, or 6 to 10 wells, $500,000 for 11 to 25 wells, and $1 million for 26 and more wells.
Let's move to your slide 18. Are you aware of any resources that the division already has to cover costs associated with orphan wells?
Yes, as you can see here, New Mexico has established the Oil and Gas Reclamation Fund. It has historically been a fund used for plugging in and reclamation of wells when there isn't a locatable or financially viable operator. And as shown on this slide, and I think as mentioned previously, as of April of this year, the balance was just over $66 million. However, despite that high balance, New Mexico has made minimal expenditures from the reclamation fund, instead using federal grants to pay for plugging orphan wells.
All right, let's move on to your slide 19, where you discuss heightened requirements for marginally producing wells. In your opinion, how does WELC's financial assurance proposal here operate for the newly created marginal well category?
Well, under applicant's proposal, it would require a $150,000 single well financial assurance for each marginal well involved in an operator transfer to be posted by a transferee operator and required immediately upon effective date of the proposed regulations. Under its proposed 1915-89D2 of NMAC, the applicant would require a $150,000 single well bond of financial assurance for every marginal well required effective January 1st of 2028. Under its proposed 1915-89D3 of NMAC, if the amount of marginal and inactive wells registered to an operator or a combination thereof makes up at least 15% or more of their total New Mexico wells, then the applicant's proposal would require $150,000 single well financial assurance for every well registered to that operator, not just marginal wells.
Have you heard any proposals throughout this proceeding proposing raising that 15% to 30%?
Yes, I have.
And I guess generally, can you please, on your slide 20, describe NMOGA's concerns with these proposals generally?
Well, some of the concerns are, one, that they're vague and overly broad. They penalize producing wells instead of providing mechanisms to reduce costs associated with marginal well production. The provisions could lead to premature abandonment of marginally economic and shut-in oil wells and prevent full recovery from such wells.
Have you heard discussion in this proceeding about how the BLM treats what are called stripper wells?
Yes, I have.
And can you explain, how that evidences any sort of, policy choice to disincentivize the premature abandonment of marginal wells like this?
Yes. An example is, the BLM has been authorized to issue royalty rate reductions for stripper oil wells pursuant to the previous Federal Mineral Leasing Act. This policy was implemented to prevent premature abandonment of marginally economic and shut-in oil wells and to maximize the ultimate recovery of such wells. Again, it's more of an incentive versus a punishment.
Okay. Let's move on to your slide 21. In your opinion, why can't the commission adopt the single well financial assurance requirements for active wells under the proposed changes to 1915-89C1 and inactive wells under the proposed change to subsection E1?
Well, these proposed amendments are not compliant with existing statutory requirements and therefore cannot be adopted by OCD. Both proposals impose a flat $150,000 per well requirement, disregarding the statutory mandate that financial assurance amounts must be reasonable in relation to actual plugging costs and tailored to well-specific factors such as depth, production history, and comparable plugging costs.
Are you aware what New Mexico law says about an administrative agency's relationship with its enabling statute? Slide 22.
Yes. You see here, the Supreme Court of New Mexico has repeatedly held and long made clear that the OCC and OCD, as creatures of statute, must act strictly within the bounds of their enabling legislation. In Sims versus Meacham, the New Mexico Supreme Court held that the commission lacked authority to issue a compulsory pooling order where it failed to make the statutorily required finding of waste. The court emphasized that the commission must fully comply with its creating law to possess any jurisdiction in a matter. Excuse me.
And do you know of any specific requirements of the Oil and Gas Act that conflict with applicants' proposals under the changes to C1 and E1 that you just discussed?
Well, here, pursuant to the Act 7214A, OCD must set one well financial assurance, quote, in amounts determined sufficient to reasonably pay the costs of plugging, end quote. Furthermore, the statute requires that OCD shall consider the depth of the well involved, the length of time since the well was produced, the cost of plugging similar wells, and such other factors as the Oil Conservation Division deems relevant.
And based on the testimony you've heard and the testimony you've reviewed, is it your view that the record establishes the applicant's proposals essentially disregard the statutory mandate that's tied to one well financial assurance amounts?
Yes.
Can you explain?
Well, the record is rife with evidence that many of these wells can typically be plugged for less than $150,000. We've had experts come up here previously testified that they've plugged wells for much cheaper. We've also had experts that have come up and discussed the difference of plugging wells based off of history, TVD, length, et cetera.
And so if I understood what you said, the proposed changes would strike the depth considerations from the existing language?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And if I understand correctly, you're saying that eliminating those factors contravenes section 70-2-14 of the Act?
Correct.
Objection leading.
I'm just asking him, following up on that question. I'll move on. I think you touched it there. What primary duties does the Act charge the commission and the division with?
Well, when it enacted the act, the New Mexico legislature created the OCC and gave the commission and division two major duties: the prevention of waste and the protection of correlative rights.
And moving on to slide 26, how does applicant's proposal of the definition of inactive combine with their proposed new requirements for marginal and inactive, in your view, result in waste?
Well, we've had NMOGA witnesses discuss in detail that designating a well as temporarily abandoned is not always indicative of the well truly being inactive or ready for plugging from a commission perspective. Also, too, the applicant's current proposal may force operators to plug some wells that have strategically been designated as temporarily abandoned, as mentioned previously by Mr. McGowan, for operational reasons in order to avoid non-compliance, even though those wells may be productive in the future. The result is a waste of natural resources, which OCC is statutorily mandated to prevent.
And going back to the changes to 8.9E, on your slide 27, is it your opinion that the statutory requirement, the OCD allows wells in temporary abandonment status to remain under the $250,000 blanket financial assurance in any 2-year period, ignores the statutory requirements?
Objection leading.
I can rephrase.
Please.
Can you explain your view under 8.9E and how it ties to the statutory requirements pertaining to the blanket bond you just discussed?
Yes, you can see here the acts under 7214A states that wells in a temporarily abandoned status will remain under the $250,000 blanket financial assurance coverage for an initial 2-year period. The pertinent portion of the statute states explicitly that OCD shall require a one-well financial assurance on any wells that has been held in a temporarily abandoned status for more than 2 years. Inexplicably, applicants seek to ignore this statutory mandate in its proposed changes to 1915-89D and MAC, which would require operators to supply one well financial assurance for temporarily abandoned wells before the statutorily prescribed 2-year period is concluded.
Let's move on to slide 28, dealing with the same, well, sorry, I can't see that far. Can you please walk us through this slide and why it's significant?
Yes, applicants proposed regulation under 1915-89E2 of NMAC requiring any blanket bonding for inactive and pending approved or temporarily expired abandoned wells to provide blanket bonds with a total of $150,000 for each well secured. By definition, any blanket instrument calculated on a per well basis would exceed $250,000 statutory ceiling once it covered more than one well. This directly conflicts with the Act's section 7214A and renders the proposal unlawful.
All right, let's move on to applicants' proposals to adjust based on consumer price index, slide 29. What does the applicant propose with regard to CPI adjustments?
The applicants propose that OCD adjust the financial assurance amounts required based on inflation as published by the CPI.
And what is your view on this proposal?
Well, the biggest issues is the primary concerns are regulations must comply with the limited grant statutory authority under the Enabling Act. As mentioned previously under the in the table that I previewed earlier, nothing within the Act remotely discusses annual adjustments. Moreover, the annual adjusted inflation amounts are contrary to the plain language of the statute since they are statutory caps, which would be exceeded if adjusted for inflation.
Do you know whether a proposal like this has ever been introduced before?
Yes, I believe it was 2024 under House Bill 133. They attempted to introduce the CPI adjustment to financial assurances, but it failed to pass the legislature. Applicants now are attempting to reinsert the same CPI adjustment provision, which we believe is outside the scope. I've heard commentary previously from the commissioners that Unfortunately, sometimes the legislature can't get to all the proposals or recommendations. However, the legislature here did take this up, and it wasn't a time constraint. It was they chose not to move forward with it. That is a decision. Might not be the right decision or the best decision, but it is its decision to not act.
Does NMOGA have any recommendations on this provision if the commission decides to proceed and adopt it?
Again, our position is that they lack statutory authority to move forward with this. However, if they do, instead of using a national data CPI index, they should either use a local or New Mexico-based CPI index.
All right, let's move on to your slide. I think it's number 31, which proposes, which deals with acquisitions based on financial assurance. Do you know what applicants proposed to 1915-89A regarding these acquisitions and financial assurances?
Yes, the applicant proposes that OCD be required to deny approval of any drilling or acquisition until appropriate financial assurance is furnished. This effectively would make OCD the gatekeeper for acquisitions and transactions.
Do you know how this differs from the current requirements?
Yes, under current version of 1915-89A of NMAC, it requires the operator before drilling or after acquiring a well to provide acceptable financial assurance to OCD in the form of a letter of credit, plugging insurance policy, or surety bond. Currently, no pre-approval of the financial assurance is required as a precondition to drilling or acquisition.
Do you know if NMOGA has concerns with this proposal from a legal perspective?
Yes, under the Oil and Gas Act, OCD's authority is expressly limited to preventing waste and protecting correlative rights. It does not extend to regulating acquisitions or private property transactions. Expanding OCD's role into approving or denying acquisitions exceeds its statutory authority.
You mentioned earlier a House bill. Does that have any bearing on your analysis of this section?
Yes, as mentioned before, it was brought up previously and was not passed. So therefore, NMOGA believes that this is an ultra-virus provision trying to insert this in here, even though the legislature has decided that it is not appropriate at this time.
Do you know whether WELC was involved in, I guess, the discussions around that bill?
I believe so, but I don't have direct knowledge.
Let's move on to your slide 33 with respect to your recommendations. What does NMOGA recommend to the commission with respect to this proposal?
The solution for NMOGA would be that OCD strikes this provision for this ultra-virus amendment, which improperly extends OCD's jurisdiction into property acquisition transactions, risks regulatory overreach, and will subject this commission to potential litigation.
All right, let's move on to slide 34, dealing with marginal wells and definitions. Are you familiar with applicant's proposed definition for marginal wells?
Yes, the applicant proposes adding a new definition for marginal well, wherein the applicant proposes a two-prong test. First, less than 180 producing days, and second, less than 1,000 BOE over a consecutive 12-month period.
Do you have any concerns about this proposal?
Yes, it creates potential for situations where productive wells may be misclassified because wells are often shut in for durations for nearby drilling or offset fracking. Today's world is very different from previous, where it was just a bunch of vertical wells. As we all know, horizontal is going in every different direction in New Mexico. That's why historically the focus has always been on any particular well's capability of production rather than solely its actual production over a prescribed period of time.
Do you know if applicant's proposal for this marginal well definition is associated with its financial assurance proposal?
Yes, under the applicant's proposal, classification as a marginal well would trigger the heightened financial assurance requirements for marginal wells proposed by the applicants through 1915-89 of NMAC.
Do you have any concerns about the proposal?
Yeah, you can see here, because it's unclear how the definition will be applied, whether it will trigger automatic classification or only apply in financial assurance determinations, adding this new definition for marginal well may also affect regulatory enforcement, leasehold rights, and interpretations of economic production or paying quantities.
Now, when you say leasehold rights, how do you mean that those could be impacted?
Well, I think the biggest fear, and I think it's been brought up here previously too, discussions about paying and producing quantities. It could directly threaten the correlative rights of operator and the leaseholders if OCD is putting in this new definition, telling you what is or what is not marginal and what's available to hold wells. For instance, I know the State Land Office does not want to, and most lessors do not want lessees to produce at a bare minimum level to maintain a lease. But when you have a definition that says that this is okay from a division, it kind of sets that floor that producing at this bare minimum amount could hold on. And falling under that, it might trigger the lease or the rights to terminate. And again, if you're looking at it on a well by well basis, you have to look at it more from a leasehold or unitized basis, not well by well.
Let's move on to your slide 36. What is your concern with the proposal as it relates to, I guess, the OCD's duties that you just mentioned?
Yeah, so their duty to prevent waste and correlative rights and is what we're getting at. And currently, under the existing definitions, OCD assigns allowable production prorations to units to allocate gas production in order to prevent waste and protect correlative rights. There are no defined thresholds for marginal units. Rather, OCD uses marginal units to describe a unit not producing its allowed amount. The allowed unit proration is dynamic based on OCD's determination. Marginal units are provided with regulatory exemptions, thus making production cost effective. Therefore, marginal and non-marginal units are currently used in the regulatory sense to prevent waste, manage correlative rights, and incentivize production. The applicant's proposal will eliminate this flexibility and instead impose rigid and impractical standards that instead facilitate waste.
Does NMOGA have any recommendations for the commission on these marginal well and financial assurance proposals?
Yes, NMOGA opposes the applicant's definition of marginal well and urges the commission to reject the applicant's proposal.
Next slide. Can you walk us through what your final recommendations on these issues are for the commission?
Yes, the proposed definition of marginal well is only relevant to this rulemaking if the commission concludes that it has authority under existing statutes to mandate single well financial assurances for low producing wells. If, as we believe, the commission lacks such authority, then the proposed definition is unnecessary. Even if this commission finds some basis to consider defining marginal well, it remains unclear how the proposed definition would interact with existing definitions, regulatory uses, and established practices. Moreover, potential conflicts with statutory language and the current common law framework could create legal uncertainty and invite future litigation.
Let's go on to your next slide. What are your concerns with the financial assurance as it relates to the marginal well as it states on your slide?
Well, you can see here that the Act under 7214A sets out categories of financial assurance and expressly caps those amounts. Any new categories, such as the applicant's proposed marginal requirement would require a legislative amendment before they could lawfully be adopted by the regulation.
All right, next slide. Do you know whether NMOGA has reviewed OCC's proposal on this provision?
Yes.
And what is NMOGA's view on that?
We agree with OCC that in an effort to circumvent the Act's express financial assurance provisions for active marginal wells, applicants ask the Commission to A, define a marginal well, B, remove these active wells from the $250,000 blanket financial assurance authorized by Section 7214, C, impose a one well plugging financial assurance in the amount of $150,000 for each of these active marginal wells, and D, if over 15% of an active operator's wells are considered marginal or inactive or combination thereof, then the operator must provide financial assurance in the amount of $150,000 for each of the wells registered to that operator, including active wells producing above what applicant considers marginal threshold. Accordingly, any changes to the financial assurance categories and amounts set by statute would require amendments at the legislative level.
Let's move to your next slide. So it says here that applicant's proposal undermines one of OCD's duties. What do you mean by that?
Well, even if the Commission had statutory authority, the proposal, applicant's proposal, undermines, again, one of OCD's core statutory mandates, and that is preventing waste. Testimony from NMOGA has demonstrated that imposing $150,000 per well assurance on marginal wells will incentivize premature plugging of wells that remain mechanically sound, provide strategic value, or potential productivity in the future. This is the very definition of waste and directly contravenes one of the primary statutory directives under the Oil and Gas Act.
All right, let's move on to the next section of your testimony dealing with changes to New Mexico's temporary abandonment program, which I think is slide 41. Do you know what changes applicants are proposing to the approved temporary abandonment requirements?
Yes, the applicant proposes to require a beneficial use demonstration for approved temporary abandonment approvals and extensions. Also mandate extensive documentation, which includes seismic, economic projections, HSE plans, et cetera. Proposed broadening public intervention rights, impose hard cutoffs for approved temporary abandonment eligibility, and require operators of expired approved temporary abandoned wells to reapply or plug.
And does NMOGA have any concerns with those proposals? Next slide, please.
Yeah, one of the big concerns is the disclosure of confidential and proprietary information. In my experience, some data that we've acquired over the years, specifically seismic, geophysical data, are subject to some of the most comprehensive confidentiality provisions, and allow for very, very little, if any, disclosure to them. Also, economic forecasts are proprietary, and more importantly, change on a daily basis for most operators. And you can see that some of this may be restricted from disclosure by other regulatory regimes.
Did you hear any testimony in this proceeding regarding a statute to protect proprietary or confidential information?
Yes, I heard it, I believe, earlier today.
And given that you have experience as in-house counsel for oil and gas companies, do you feel protected by statutes such as that?
No, we do not. As previously mentioned, it's a minor offense. That the information that the government is receiving have broad financial implications that are out there. It's very hard to enforce those, to track all that information down, because it's the proverbial, once the bell is rung, you can't unring it. So all it takes is one instance of any of that information to come out, and it's detrimental to the entire industry.
Are you saying that that information is valuable and then that the statute would not dissuade somebody from disclosing it?
No, the statute, well, for one, I've only read that statute here as of today. So, but a misdemeanor doesn't seem to hold a lot of teeth to prevent disclosure of classified and confidential information.
Okay. And what does NMOGA recommend that the commission do with this proposal from the applicants?
Well, NMOGA recommends that the commission reject this amendment. If it's not rejected, we should preserve as much flexibility and limit burdensome requirements. The commission should allow operators to continue using the Form C-103 with narrative explanations and proposed timeframes. This approach preserves regulatory flexibility.
All right, let's move on to the next section dealing with the definition of approved temporary abandonment under 1527A13. Now, based on your slide, do you have any concerns with the proposed definitional change?
Yes, we do. The primary concern here is the redundancy with the existing definition under 1915-2512 of NMAC. It creates confusion, and I think that's been mentioned by Mr. McGowan previously too. The proposed distinction between temporary abandonment and approved temporary abandonment lacks a defined purpose and could complicate compliance. For example, 1915-2512 of NMAC already requires OCD approval of temporary wells or temporary abandonment wells. The applicant's addition of an unapproved temporary abandonment term may imply a status not recognized by OCD, potentially misclassifying wells as abandoned without oversight. This risks conflating such wells with orphan wells defined in existing 1915-27A 13 of NMAC as those without a reasonable operator.
Do you have any examples of that?
No,
Okay.
not at the top of my head.
You know, I think you covered that. Sorry. Sorry, my eye is bothering me. Excuse me. Let's move on to your slide 44. Can you explain NMOGA's recommendation to the commission?
Yes, NMOGA's recommendations are to avoid regulatory confusion and unnecessary burdens. The commission should reject the applicant's proposed amendments or require clarification of its intent for purposes of identifying a more appropriate amendment. The commission must also ensure that this terminology is harmonized throughout across sections that deal with approved temporary abandonment in NMAC, and particularly with 1915-2512 and 1915-27A13 to ensure clarity.
All right, let's go on to your slide 45.
You have 5 minutes, Mr. Swanson.
Okay. Are you familiar with Welk's proposal regarding expired temporary abandonment?
Yes.
And what is that proposal?
Welk proposes adding a new definition that would classify a well as an expired temporary abandonment or expired temporary abandonment status under a new provision codified in 1915-27E8 if it has been approved for temporary abandonment status in accordance with existing 1915-2513. However, this no longer complies with 1915-25-12 through 14 of NMAC.
Okay, and moving on to your next slide. You list your concerns in that first bullet. What are those concerns?
Well, the concerns are the primary concerns are it lacks clarity and workable standards, and it fails to identify events that trigger a shift from approved to expired. How long a well would have to remain out of compliance, or the seriousness of the issue that would justify a change. This kind of ambiguity creates uncertainty for both the operators and the division and invites inconsistent enforcement.
Are you aware of any consequences if this isn't clarified?
Yeah, without further clarification, OCD could deem a well expired for minor infractions or temporary compliance lapses, such as delay in conducting mechanical integrity tests and minor lapses in required financial assurances or even paperwork delays.
Let's move on to your slide 47. What is NMOGA's recommendation to the commission?
NMOGA's recommendation here is they recommend that they reject Welk's proposed definition. The current rules allow for appropriate operational and regulatory discretion depending on the fact-specific circumstances. The existing statutes and rules properly address the compliance situation involving temporary abandonment, define procedures, timelines, enforcement measures, informal compliance agreements, cessation orders, and plugging mandates. This flexible framework reflects the complex reality faced by operators and regulators and the often collaborative nature of addressing operational and regulatory challenges.
All right, let's move on to your section with regarding operator registration and restrictions. Slide 48. Can you summarize what applicants' proposed changes are based upon this slide?
Yeah, yes. At first, the first proposal was adding a requirement, a required affirmative certification by an officer, director, or partner that any new operator is in compliance with all federal and state laws, state oil and gas laws and regulations in each state where the operator does business. Those requirements would apply when there's a change of operator. The change that I've seen updated is removing officer, director, and partner and having it certified by an authorized person.
Let's move on to slide 52, dealing with your rebuttal. All right, can you please give the commission your final recommendations?
For the on this slide here.
Yes.
Okay. Well, since 2017, the division has already been enforcing the proposed amendments to 1915-98 of NMAC and 1915-59 of NMAC by inserting these requirements into its forms. Specifically, Form C-145.
Yeah. Can you please tell the commission your final recommendations?
These recommendations are NMOGA recommends that the commission refrain from adopting any of the proposed amendments at this time. And at a minimum, the commission should strike the provisions that do not comply with New Mexico law.
Next slide. What does NMOGA recommend if the commission proceeds with these proposals?
We have a number of recommendations in the event that the rulemaking does go forward, but the first is we reject proposals beyond the statutory authority. The commission must decline amendments that exceed its authority under the Oil and Gas Act, including applicants' changes under proposed 1915-89C1 and E1 of NMAC pertaining to one well financial assurance for active and inactive wells. Applicants' proposed expansion of the definition of inactive for purposes of financial assurance requirements under proposed 1915-89E and D of NMAC. Applicants' attempted circumvention of the statutory requirement that OCD allow wells in temporary abandonment status to remain under the $250,000 blanket financial assurance for an initial 2-year period under proposed 1915-89E of NMAC. Applicants' creation of the marginal well category under the proposed new 1915-89D NMAC, which exceeds the statutory restrictions contained in the Oil and Gas Act under 7214A and will result in waste and contravention of the Act. Applicants propose blanket bonding requirements for inactive wells and certain temporarily abandoned wells under proposed 1915-89E2 NMAC and supplementing incomplete blanket assurance under proposed 1915-89F of NMAC. Applicants proposed addition of 1915-98 NMAC governing operating registration and 1915-99 NMAC governing changes of operator, mandating certification to OCD of full compliance with the laws of other states prior to commencement of operations.
Next slide.
Next, number 2. The amendment to Form C-145, excuse me. I recommend that the commission order OCD to strike the unauthorized requirement that well operators certify compliance with other state laws from its Form C-145. Number 3, the beneficial use definition. No new definition or presumptions of beneficial use should be added. If the commission considers such a definition, it must be substantially amended to recognize beneficial uses beyond production or injection volumes. Number 4, beneficial use presumption. The commission should reject the proposed presumption provision
Mr.
19.
Forge, would you slow down a little? We're making a transcript.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry about that. The commission should reject the proposed presumption provision 19.15.25.9 of NMAC. The commission should retain the current rebuttable presumption framework already embedded in the inactive well rules. That is 19.15.5.9B2 of NMAC, which offer a fairer, more administratable standard without shifting burdens prematurely. Number 5, reject a new marginal well definition. A new definition risks misclassifying viable wells and injecting investment uncertainty. If the commission considers such a definition, it must clarify how it would be applied and whether it would automatically trigger heightened bonding requirements. Number 6, the recommendation is temporary abandonment. No changes should be made to the existing temporary abandonment program. Current rules already provide sufficient protection through mechanical integrity requirements and established procedures, whereas the proposed amendments are ambiguous and unworkable in practice. Number 7, financial assurance. The existing risk-based individual well and tiered blanket bond framework should be retained. The commission cannot adopt those financial assurance provisions that exceed the statutory authority granted under the Act. Number 8, reject the CPI adjustment. The commission should reject the annual adjusted inflation amounts because they are contrary to the plain language of the Act's statutory caps, which would be exceeded under this provision. Number 9, reject OCD's authority to regulate transactions. The commission, should reject the applicant's amendment to 19.15.8.9A of NMAC as an ultra-virus amendment, which improperly extends OCD's jurisdiction into property acquisition transactions, risks regulatory overreach, and introduces substantial market and administrative harm. Number 10, recommendation is operator registration and change of operator. The commission must strike the provision mandating out-of-state compliance in its entirety under both proposed 19.15.9.8B and C, as it lacks the jurisdiction to adopt these provisions. The commission should also strike the proposed requirement to mandate disclosure of any current or past officers or owners with more than 25% interest who are affiliated with non-compliant operators in the past 5 years. Finally, the commission should strike proposed 19.15.9.9C6 of NMAC, under which OCD can deny a change of operator if certifications or disclosures show a substantial risk that the new operator can't meet plugging and abandonment requirements as overly broad and unworkable. And finally, number 11, recognize and utilize the reclamation fund. The reclamation fund should be used and relied on as an alternative to excessive bonding.
All right. Did you provide any rebuttal in this case?
Yes.
Pull up those slides, please. Just 3 slides. Okay, let's start with slide 3. So this deals with the proposed changes to 19.15.8.9A on the financial assurances on applicants Exhibit 88, where they have, through this proceeding, proposed adding the phrase operating authority. Do you have any thoughts or concerns based upon that proposal?
Yes, NMOGA still opposes this proposed amendment. Some of the big concerns are that operating authority is not a defined term and should be defined if it were included here. Operating authority, as we all know, is used frequently in both JOAs and compulsory pooling applications. So I think a better definition of operating authority would help.
And did NMOGA support adding that language?
No.
Do you know if there's a pending motion on this provision in this proceeding?
I believe there is.
Okay. So are you saying, do you know if NMOGA objects to this provision because of that motion?
Well, yes, that's what I said at the very beginning, that NMOGA still opposes this proposed amendment.
Okay. Let's move on to slide 4. What is applicant proposing to change with respect to this incomplete financial assurance provision under Rule 89F?
It appears that they're trying to frame it as creating a blanket bond alternative for incomplete financial assurances. But since other changes to 19, 15, 8, 9 of NMAC still apply, the blanket bond for inactive or TA'd wells is not covered by existing assurance, must still total an average of $150,000 per well. So there's still no blanket bond alternative for inactive and approved pending and expired TA'd wells under this provision.
Slide. This is kind of a busy slide. It says extraterritorial compliance certification. What are your concerns with this language here that's highlighted?
Well, as I mentioned previously, I know that the applicants had changed the language to remove officer, director, and partner, and inserted authorized individual, as well as changing some of the language between federal, state, and just naming any domestic jurisdiction in here. NMOGA still opposes this entirely, even the modified language. I think that we should only consider New Mexico, not other states. I know there's been testimony, or I believe there's been testimony previously that the VLM requires this, and rightfully they should. They are in charge of the United States. New Mexico is in charge of New Mexico. Any certification should only require disclosure of forfeited advance and forfeited FA, if anything. The other big thing here is, especially coming from a smaller private company, who's an authorized official. I used to authorize many people throughout. There's no actual definition. Is this the office, someone of high authority, or is it anybody that can sign for the company? And I would assume that both the state and operators would want it to be someone that we're clear on who that authorized individual is.
So this slide deals with the amended change of operator. The same extraterritorial compliance issue looks like it's on this. What would you like the commission to know about this proposal?
I think there's the same concerns and recommendations on the previous slide. Otherwise, as mentioned previously, OCD can deny operator changes, which would inhibit transfers of assets. Again, that would make OCD the gatekeeper on any A&D deals.
Slide 7. All right, slide 7. This shows the amendments to the proposed presumption of no beneficial use. What would you like the commission to know about this slide?
Well, we have here the presumption makes operators basically guilty until proven innocent. It's a presumption that there is no beneficial use. The procedures to rebut the presumption of no beneficial use are obviously in subparagraph D, and it should mirror the body of the provision and the whole thing. So one of the other ones here too is it looks like Namoga wants to change the instance of shall to may. Applicants may demonstrate beneficial use of a well.
All right, and I think that brings us to the end of your SIR rebuttal. Is it your understanding that the proposals that applicants initially submitted in this proceeding have changed since this proceeding began?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Hearing Officer, Namoga moves to admit into the record the direct and rebuttal of Clayton Sporich, the attached appendices, and the demonstrative exhibits used to summarize his direct and rebuttal and the SIR rebuttal slides.
Thank you. Other than the objections already stated, I'll pause for a moment in the event there are other objections. Oh, they're admitted. Thank you. It's 3:41 and we need a break before public comment. So let's come back at 3:55. All righty, let's come back from the break, please.
Okay.
We are back after a short break and we've reached our second public comment session today. I have two names. I don't see anyone in the room. So I'm trusting that they are online. Janice Granger, are you on the platform?
I'm not seeing Janice on here, but I do see Kenneth.
Okay, Kenneth Aller.
Hello.
Hello. Just a few things, Mr. Haller. I will ask you and anyone else who wants to offer comment to spell your first and last name. I will ask you pursuant to the commission rules to swear or affirm to tell the truth. And I'll ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Would you spell your first and last name, please?
My name is Kenneth Ahler, Kenahler.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your time.
You ready?
Yes, go ahead.
All righty. My name is Ken Ahler. I'm a New Mexico real estate broker for 45 years. I've been selling farms and ranches all over the state of New Mexico. I was raised on a ranch in South Dakota. I migrated to Santa Fe, New Mexico around 1984. I'm a U.S. Army veteran. I'm a graduate of Texas Tech State University. My family is from the Midland, Odessa area, and they've been in the oil and gas industry all my life. I worked for my cousin, who was an oil well driller in Midland, Texas, summers in the 1970s to earn money at the college education. I worked on oil rigs in the Midland, Odessa area for 2 summers. I have a deep appreciation for the oil and gas industry. It's hot and dangerous work, as anybody knows. I came to New Mexico in 1981. I started selling farms and ranches in Ruidoso, New Mexico. Now, I have to deal with mineral rights and water rights on the farms and ranches that I sell, and have to deal with increasing regulations every year in my real estate business. It's tedious work and definitely affects everyone in this industry's bottom line. I've invested in oil and gas wells off and on for the past 40 years. My investments are entirely dependent on oil and gas regulations. Regulations oil and gas companies have to deal with directly affect revenues, which the state of New Mexico and investors rely upon to stay in business. You know, 51% of New Mexico's annual revenues come from the oil and gas industry. It's common sense that regulations decrease revenues. I'm urging you to seriously consider consequences of adding new regulations that oil and gas producers have to deal with. Thank you for your time. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there anyone else on the platform who would like to offer public comment at this time? Our next session is at 9 in the morning. If you have dialed in on a phone, you can use *5 to raise your virtual hand. If you're on your computer, just raise your virtual hand. We don't have anyone in the room to offer public comment. All right, then we will return to the technical case. Mr. Sporch. And your first examiner will be Mr. Tisdale. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. We met earlier, but yes. I'm Kyle Tisdale. I'm an attorney with the Western Environmental Law Center, and I represent the applicants.
Awesome.
I think there was not a single proposal that we had that you agreed to. So I'm going to focus less on that and more just questions on trying to understand some of the testimony that you've offered.
Yeah.
Do you have your direct and rebuttal testimony with you and available to
Yes, sir.
take a look at? Okay. And you were the author of that testimony?
Yes, I was.
Did anyone else help you prepare that testimony?
Yes, I had legal assistance from Nemoga's attorneys to help me with legal research.
Okay. Have you seen any of the testimony that's previously been provided in this case over the last couple weeks?
Yes, sir.
With the exception, I guess, of Mr. McGowan, who went earlier today. I assume you were here for that, but you've been sort of
off and on. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I reference some of that testimony and you weren't available for it, just let me know.
Perfect. Will do.
Let's begin with the expertise you're offering in this rulemaking. You have a law degree from Southern Texas College of Law. Is that correct?
Yes, South Texas College of Law. Yes, sir.
South Texas.
Out of Houston.
Okay. And you graduated in 2009 and were admitted to the Texas Bar in 2011. Do I have that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're not licensed to practice in New Mexico, correct?
No, I'm not.
Well, I don't hold that against you, but you might want to check in with Mr. Suazo. And you have a history of working in the oil and gas industry with various operators and most recently with Taprock Resources. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said earlier in your testimony that you left in 2024.
Correct.
And what is your current employment?
I'm here to consult for Nemoga, and I'm semi-retired right now.
Okay.
We sold most of our assets in 2023 and 2024, so I'm taking a little time off.
Good for you.
Thank you.
And you're still here with us today.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're knowledgeable about both New Mexico's Oil and Gas Act and the relevant rules set forth in Chapter 15 of the Administrative Code dealing with oil and gas, correct?
Yes, as I mentioned, Taprock operated in New Mexico, and I've had the pleasure of working with quite a few of these attorneys that are in the room, as well as with OCD and the SLO over time. So we've had to keep up with the different rules and regulations.
Great. And currently, the terms beneficial use or beneficial purposes appear throughout the rules, correct? But they're currently don't have a definition. Is that your understanding?
Correct.
And OCD has proposed to define these terms at what would be 19.15.2.7.B7 and MAC. And that proposal has been adopted by applicants, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that definition is that beneficial purposes or beneficial use means an oil and gas well that is being used in a productive or beneficial manner, such as production, injection, or monitoring, and does not include use of a well for speculative purposes, correct?
Correct.
We've talked about that definition a lot over the last almost 2 weeks. Would you agree that the such as language in that definition is intended to provide examples of beneficial use, but is not exclusive?
To a certain extent, and I think that Mr. McGowan touched on it earlier, I think that it could be worded more clear to specifically say that this is not an exhaustive list.
But your understanding as an attorney is that such as
yes, as an
usually is
attorney,
not
yes,
exclusive.
correct.
Right. And you offer what you describe as a practical definition of beneficial use or beneficial purposes at page 5 of your direct. Is that correct?
Sorry, where could you point me where?
Page 5 of your direct testimony, you provide your own definition of beneficial use or beneficial purposes.
Yes, I see it, paragraph 16.
That definition is 4 paragraphs long. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, don't worry. I'm not going to ask you to read it. The first paragraph of that definition includes a longer list of examples of what might be beneficial, correct?
Correct.
So that would be examples that again, with the proposed definition, such as could include all of those examples that you provide in that first paragraph. Would you agree?
Yes, I always like to be careful when you list out such as that it stays within the same framework that's previously been listed. So when you say such as, A, B, and C, it might not mean 1, 2, and 3. It's not necessarily exhaust. It's not an endless list that you can just, it's a catch-all, so to speak. I think that we want to make sure that it's always it defined as much as possible, the idea being list as much as possible so that everyone has an idea what's in there. But again, like you said, and you've mentioned, it is definitely trying to be a catch-all.
Okay. And the idea with that definition, though, is that the agency, so OCD, would have some discretion in the application of that definition. And so they would include things within that list that made sense, but wouldn't exclude things that didn't make sense in that. Would you agree?
I think so. I'm not 100% sure of how that question was asked.
All right. Well, it's a bad question.
Okay.
Let's get on to the remaining 3 paragraphs of that definition. And that language is essentially regulatory in nature. Do you agree with that?
I agree.
Okay. And so you're also familiar with the proposed presumption of no beneficial use. You've talked about that a lot already, which would apply where in a consecutive 12-month period, the well has not produced for at least 90 days and has not produced at least 90 BOE. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then on page 8, you state that rebutting the presumption may require submission of proprietary financial information and trade secrets, correct?
I'm taking a look at page 8 right now. Just give me 1 second.
Sure. You also talked about that at, I think, slide 42 of your summary.
Yes, I understand.
Okay. Are you aware of 71-2-8 applying to all of MNERD and requiring information provided to the agency to be held in confidentiality, and that willful violation constitutes a misdemeanor?
I mentioned that earlier, that I'd heard and I'd seen that provision previously. Unfortunately, those type of protections could be too limited, those protections not broad enough to protect the sensitive data that's coming out from the oil and gas operators.
Okay.
It's quantum of dollars. The human nature seems to go if you have the ability for $1 billion and you get a slap on the wrist, most of the time human nature is going to say, I'm going to take the $1 billion and avoid and take the slap on the wrist as well.
Are you aware of instances where OCD staff have been offered $1 billion to disclose confidential information?
No, I have not.
Okay. They probably wouldn't still be working at OCD, I would imagine. Do you have any firsthand experience?
Don't give any of my staff any ideas.
It must be really good confidential information, I would imagine, at that point. Do you have any firsthand experience when you were working at Taprock or with any other operator of OCD disclosing confidential information that they had?
I do not have any firsthand information.
OCD, or excuse me, strike that. Throughout your testimony and throughout the testimony this week, we've heard about NMOGA red lines that have been offered. And I believe your testimony was the place where Exhibit A is the red line that NMOGA had. So I want to walk through that a little bit with you. So I'm going to share my screen and we'll see if we can do this. Where was the...
Do is when it said Is that the window? Is it on your screen? Oh, you're sharing, right? So then, go to show. It's up. Applicants. No, it's not.
Sorry, bear.
No worries.
Sorry, apparently I didn't have permissions to allow Teams to share my screen, but I'm working through that now. Let me give
No
that
problem.
another try. I apologize, Commission. I'm so sorry this is happening right
Sheila?
after the break.
He has permissions. I can take them away and grant them again and see if that helps.
A different kind of permission. Okay. Consent, if you will. Okay.
If we could just have like 2 minutes.
Sure.
Yeah, apologies.
Able to tap between.
Miraculously, I'm back up. I sincerely apologize.
That's to this.
Yeah, good gracious. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sporch. Does this, initially this was confusing for us because it looks like applicant's notice of errata that was filed previously in this case. And so you had to sort of scroll down through to see the different exhibits. And I believe the red line that Namoga offered is provided within this document, even if it doesn't necessarily look like Namoga Exhibit A. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so I want to talk about 19, your testimony at page 5 of your direct dealing with 1915-25-9. This is the presumption of no beneficial use. And you make the recommendation in your testimony that the commission should retain the current rebuttable presumption for inactive wells at 1915-59B2. Is that correct?
Correct.
And let's go to that definition. And that will be So 1915-5-9, and then you can see B2, that's the definition of inactive well, correct?
Correct.
So your recommendation to the commission is that the rebuttable presumption should use this definition of inactive wells, which is says, and then B2 is down here. You see my cursor, and that definition is a well inactive for more than 15 months creates a rebuttable presumption that the well is out of compliance. Is that right?
I see that, yes.
Okay. And then if we go to your slide at 7, this is your slide dealing with, or this is Namoga's red line, correct? And we can now scroll down to 1915-25-9A. And that's it. And then, but this is the red line that you provide, which is that there is a rebuttable presumption that a well is not in beneficial use only if the well is not produced or injected for any reason for 5 consecutive years and the operator has not submitted a plan or application demonstrating intent to return the well to productive service. Do you see that?
Yes, I see. Yes, I see that.
Can you help me understand the sort of recommendation that you make in your testimony regarding the rebuttable presumption and the use of that inactive well definition, and then the strike through in your Exhibit A, and those seem very inconsistent.
Madam Hearing Officer, I just want to clarify with Mr. Tisdale. Do you know what date this version of this is? Because I think there's been different versions of it since then. So I'm not sure if that clarifies the discrepancy that you're trying to point out, but I just want to make sure that we have the same date on the red line.
I don't know the exact date, Mr. Suazo. We obviously pulled this from Namoga's filing
Right.
of direct testimony. And so this was, but I don't know the date that we pulled that.
Okay. Because I know there was one, I think the last one you submitted was in June. And I just don't know if that's this one or.
This is your exhibit. This
No,
is
I know,
your
but it's
Exhibit A.
our exhibit to red line to your most recent proposal, I think, as we knew it.
I'm just trying to understand the
Understood.
difference between his recommendation and his direct testimony that we should use the inactive well definition, and then the red line that, again, this is Namoga's exhibit, and why those are two very different recommendations.
Okay.
Yeah, they do conflict.
I'm sorry.
The provisions do conflict.
Okay. And do you have an explanation for that at all?
Not at this time. It's been a while. I apologize, but yes, I can see where you're saying that they are conflicting provisions.
Okay, thank you. Let's also then move on to recommendations that you've made in your compliance section, and that's 1915-5-9A. And that's at 34 of your direct. I'll give you a moment to get there.
All right. I'm on page 34, 35.
34, okay. And do you see that that's your testimony regarding the compliance section of the proposed rules?
Under paragraph 121? Yes.
Yeah. And your testimony there is that you reject the new compliance criteria for inactive wells and venting and flaring. Is that correct? I'm paraphrasing, but you are rejecting those two additions to the compliance.
Correct.
Yeah. And then at page 35, paragraph 124, you recommend not to adopt the proposal and to preserve the existing framework. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so just so that we understand, this is the most recent version of the proposal, just so that the commission can see. This is the compliance section in the proposal as it stands, right, for 1915-59?
Yes, it appears to be.
Okay. And then we're going to jump quickly back into NMOGA's Exhibit A.
Okay.
And we're going to go to 20. And this is the compliance section. Do you see that 1915-59A?
Yes, I do. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you see a strike through or a strikeout of A4 there, correct?
Correct.
And that allows a certain number of wells to be, the current rules allow a certain number of wells to be out of compliance?
Correct.
Okay. And so NMOGA's proposal is to eliminate that exception?
Current proposal, yes.
Okay. Thank you. So OCD is proposed and applicants have adopted a new definition for marginal well. Is that correct?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
OCD and applicants have, OCD is proposed and applicants have adopted a new definition for marginal well.
Yes, sir.
That's part of the proposal. This defines a marginal well as producing less than 180 days and less than 1,000 BOE within a consecutive 12-month period. Is that correct?
Correct.
If a well is operating below this threshold, an operator could increase the days or quantity of production to rise above that threshold, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And under the proposed rules, there would be an incentive for an operator to increase production to get above that threshold if it were possible, correct?
Yeah, you're saying if you were under that threshold,
If you were,
there's an incentive so that you don't have to pay the additional financial assurances.
right.
Yes, sir. That's
So
correct.
it's not, the proposal on marginal wells is not just increased financial assurance. It's also creating an incentive for an operator to get above that threshold.
Yes, sir.
Would you
Correct.
agree? So if that's the case, the incentive could operate to increase production on a well.
Yes, there's an argument for that. Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the now infamous rainbow slide breaking down provisions of the Oil and Gas Act at 72-14?
Is that Rankin's Rainbow?
That
Okay.
is Rankin's Rainbow. Never to die. So your testimony on, I think, slide 6 of your summary suggests that there is a statutory cap within that statutory language. Is that right?
During my presentation, slide 6 is what you were referring to?
Yeah, and
Okay,
you just
yeah.
sort of mentioned that your reading of that suggests that there's a statutory cap.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Can you point to language within 72-14 where such a cap exists?
Would you mind bringing it up for me? So I'm sorry, I don't have it right here. I'm going to try to find it,
sure.
but
I'm going to have
if you have it up.
stop sharing this, I think, and get into. Oh, here it is. You can see you'd agree that's the full definition. This one
Yes.
does not have Mr. Rankin's rainbow,
Yes,
unfortunately.
yes, I see.
No problem. But I think the sort of relevant language begins here. Would you agree that
that is
the language captured in Mr. Rankin's rainbow?
It is.
Okay.
That is the relevant language.
All right. Can you identify within that language where it says there's a statutory cap?
Well, the way that I read it is where it says not to exceed 250,000. I would assume that is a cap.
Would you do me a favor and just read the first sentence of that?
The yellow
highlighted section, please.
The Oil Conservation Division shall establish categories of financial assurance after notice and hearing.
Okay. And then the second sentence there says such categories shall include, and then it includes that language on the $250,000 blanket bond.
Correct.
So would you agree, based on principles of statutory construction, that that is an example of a category that the legislature is setting out, but not a cap on the ultimate categories that could be established?
Just give me 1 second to reread this and
yeah, please take your time.
the way that I'm reading it, and again, it's up to interpretation, obviously, but it is creating categories, one of which shall include this blanket plugging financial assurance, which is capped. So it includes a blanket plugging FA, and there is a cap to that amount.
So that's a cap within that category, correct?
That's correct.
But that doesn't apply to the entirety of that section, correct? That cap applies just to that specific blanket bonding category.
I could see the reading of that, yes.
Okay. You also said in your summary of testimony earlier that the commission lacks authority to establish financial assurance. Is that
additional financial? Yes, correct. We believe in NMOGA's proposition is that this should be left up to the legislature.
Okay. Do you go ahead and read that first sentence for me again in the highlighted area?
The Oil Conservation Division shall establish categories of financial assurance after notice and hearing.
So you would agree that the legislature is conferring upon this commission and division the authority to establish those categories?
Yes.
Okay. And notice and hearing, that's sort of what we're doing right here?
I believe so.
Okay, great. At page 21 of your direct testimony, I'll give you a moment to get to it. You state, well, actually, let me stop sharing that. This is your direct testimony that I'm pulling up, and then we'll go down to page 21. Apologies.
No problem.
At the bottom of page 21 there, you say, Welk alone proposed an additional, so we're talking about active, temporary abandoned, and inactive wells and incomplete blanket bonding, right? And
correct.
You'd agree. And so Welk alone proposed an additional option of $200,000 blanket bond for operators with 5 or fewer active wells in its proposed amendments to the current version.
That's correct. Yes.
Can you identify where such a $200,000 blanket bond is included in Welk's proposal?
Not off the top of my head, I cannot know.
Yeah, so the current version is 1915-89C2. So we'll just take a moment. Sorry, what was that, Tanis?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer, on the $200,000 proposal. I think that mischaracterizes his testimony because he acknowledged that that $200,000 proposal was withdrawn by applicants.
Oh,
So just
There
Mr.
was
Tisdale?
never a $200,000 proposal by applicants in any version of our proposed rules.
and that was the point of your question.
Correct.
Yeah, that's all he was doing.
okay.
Apologize.
No worries. And 1915-89C2. I'm pulling that language up now so you can take a look at it. That has to do with the blanket bonding amount for financial assurance in the amount of $250,000. That's consistent with the, again, the legislative requirement in 70-2-14, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. So your testimony regarding a optional $200,000 blanket bond, do you have any further testimony on that?
No, but I must have misread something. So I apologize.
Okay, no problem. At page 22 of your testimony, you call, and I think you testified to this earlier, you called for a risk-based framework for financial assurance. And then at page 23, you suggest that either a single $250,000 blanket bond, regardless of the number of wells, or you also suggest in the alternative a tiered bonding amount, that those are alternatives that could be proposed, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. And so your proposal of a single blanket bond, regardless of the number of wells, or a tiered bonding amount, that just has to do with the number of wells that an operator has, correct?
I believe so. Yes. It's just a blanket bonding.
Can you explain how just the sheer number of wells in your recommendation is risk-based?
No, not at this time. I can't. It'd be something I have to come back to take a look at. I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you. And then I'm going to go back to, this is your redlined version, and we're going to go to this is 27. And so this is, again, dealing with the plugging authority. Let me just make sure I'm 1915. Yeah, this is the plugging authority, and then it gets into the financial assurance amounts. This is your red line version, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And then I want to go down to G. So your proposal in your red line is basically not to change virtually anything in the existing proposed rules.
Correct.
A rejection of the proposal that we're making. And then you go down to G, and then your recommendation here is that the commission, and this is your red line. it was a little hard to track, but your red line here is that the commission shall evaluate financial assurance amounts and make any adjustments as necessary by periodic rulemaking at 5 to 10-year intervals based on the most recently available industry cost data, statistics, profiles, and bonding market conditions. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So essentially, you would reject all the evidence that have been presented in hearing to date and all the pre-filed testimony, and that 5 years or between 5 and 10 years from now, we should just do this again with new evidence?
Well, I think I'd like to be clear is I do think that there should be some framework. However, I think that we need to make sure that we have industry, more industry insight into these costs. I think that for right or wrong, and I'm here representing NMOGA as their legal witness, but I'm not a part of NMOGA. This is something that should be continued to be talked with the commission and applicants to try to get there. So I think what I was trying to do is just slow down the process, and so that we can truly evaluate the actual cost. We've heard a lot of discrepancies of what the actual costs are. What makes it reasonable for operators to actually operate within the state with some assurances, but give them flexibility, while also to protecting the state from being on the hook for orphaned and abandoned wells for the plugging liability for them.
Okay. Are you aware? So the petition was first filed with the commission about 1.5 years ago at this point. Does that sound right?
That's what I've heard through testimony.
Are you aware of any barriers that existed for NMOGA's participation over the last 1.5 years?
I'm not personally aware of that, but again, I'm not involved in the direct negotiations, so I have no clue.
Okay.
It's just personal. I have no personal knowledge that there's any barriers
to NMOGA's participation.
Correct.
And submittal of data. Are you aware are you familiar with the other testimony filed by NMOGA witnesses in this case?
I have read over them.
Okay. Are you aware of any industry cost data, statistics, profiles, or bonding market conditions that was included in that testimony?
Off the top of my head, no, I'm not.
Okay. I think we probably covered that through other witnesses. So at page testimony, I'll go ahead and pull that up, I guess, so that we can take a look at it. So right now we're talking about temporary abandonment definitions that were included in the proposal, and your rejection of those definitions states that this risks conflating such wells with orphaned wells, and then you say it's defined in existing 1915 27A 13 NMAC as those without a responsible operator, creating ambiguity in enforcement and liability allocation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that there's no current definition for orphaned well within the existing or proposed rules, or excuse me, within the existing rules?
To the best of my knowledge, in the existing rules, there is no definition.
Okay. And then you point to the definition in 1915-2-7. So I want to pull that up. So 1915-27A13 is the definition for approved temporary abandonment, or temporary abandonment status. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So can you just help me explain that is dealing with the various TA definitions, not any definition for orphaned well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then your testimony essentially rejects adding TA or TA status to the existing definition of approved TA, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Sporich. Those are all the questions I'll have. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Tisdale.
Thank you, Mr. Tisdale. Mr. Tremaine, do you have questions?
If it's okay, Madam
Yes.
Chair, it's Michael Hall. I'm going to ask questions for
Mr.
OCB. I'm going to
Thank-
try to go very quickly.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sporich.
Good afternoon.
My name's Michael Hall. I represent the Oil Conservation Division in this matter. How are you?
Good. And you, sir?
Doing good. I believe I heard you say you're not licensed to practice in New Mexico. Is that right?
That is correct. As I mentioned, I'm licensed in Texas. However, as I mentioned,
Fair enough. Have you ever been licensed in New Mexico?
no.
Are you holding yourself out to be an expert in New Mexico law?
Again, I've had to help out with a company operating in New Mexico. So
Are you holding yourself out to be
No,
an expert in New Mexico
No,
law?
I'm not.
Okay. So what is your capacity here?
It's for DeBoga as a legal industry expert to testify on these rules that are being promulgated by the applicants.
So are you holding yourself out to be an expert on these rules?
A legal expert.
Do you recall speaking about the enabling statute for the OCC and OCD?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall what that is?
Not off the top of my head, but I can flip to it, or if you can point me back to in the slides, I can get to it.
What is it in that statute that you believe puts these proposed rules outside of the enabling statute?
Can we bring up the statute here for me, please, Mr. Hall?
Well, I'm asking about your legal expertise here.
Madam Hearing Officer, I object. I think he should be able to look at the slides if that's what he's being asked about.
Do you have a particular slide or topic in mind, Mr. Hall?
Specifically his direct testimony. I don't recall exactly where it was that these proposed rules are outside of the enabling statute.
Yeah, he described, I think, several ways in which he believed it was outside, which general.
Okay. I'll move on, Madam Chair. Now, I believe in I'm going to look at your rebuttal testimony. Is this is this still your testimony that the act authorizes financial assurance only for the secured well or wells plugging and abandonment costs, not for reclamation?
I'm sorry, can you point me out where?
Sure, I'll share the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Looking there at, this is the end of your paragraph 6 from your rebuttal.
Yes, sir.
Do you stand by those statements? Let me ask it another way. Do you think, have you heard the testimony that says reclamation is not part of the 163,000? You've heard about the 163,000, correct?
I've heard the 163, but I have not heard about the reclamation. I'm sorry, I just haven't been a part of the the proceedings to hear that.
What part of any testimony makes you think reclamation was part of that figure?
Usually within P&Aing a well, you're going to have to reclaim the property.
So assuming the testimony before the commission is that is not part of that 163,000, you would agree that that amounts for plugging?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, is it your testimony that OCD has not considered depth, length of time since the well was produced, and the cost of plugging similar wells, and such other factors as the Oil Conservation Division deems relevant?
What I mean when I've quoted this in my testimony and rebuttals and today was it's not clear that those are how those factors are going into it. We've had other witnesses that have specifically said that different depth, and in my experience, different depths are different costs. So it's hard to, when you lump it all into one number, it's hard to see. It's hard for me to see the breakdown. So if it is broken down, I haven't seen it. I don't know what part of the 150,000 is for the depth, or is that 25%, or is that 100,000, for instance?
So you would be more comfortable if the rule said what percentage of the financial assurance was applied to depth or other factors the OCD considered?
I would be comfortable if there could be, and this is me personally, not OCD, because I haven't run it by them. I would be comfortable along the lines that if there was a formula for P&Aing a well, I think that would be a better use, because you would use these variables. And I think that helps determine the final number. And I think that gets everybody kind of comfortable.
Sure. You heard Mr. Powell testify at length about those factors, correct?
No, I did not, unfortunately. I was when Commissioner Powell was up, I had family matters I had to attend to.
Oh, okay.
I apologize.
So if he did that, that would alleviate your concern there.
That would partially alleviate, yes, sir.
Now, do you think OCD's plugging costs or industry's plugging costs are what these bonds should cover?
What do you mean by that? Like, do you mean industry's plugging costs? What they come up with should be what should be inserted into the rules? Well, I guess I must misunderstand the question. I'm sorry. Do
you agree that the famous Rainbow statute says that one category is the cost of plugging wells, and that's financial assurance should be crafted to that?
Objection. Can we pull up the statute if he's going to reference it?
Happy to.
Do you remember?
I can pull it up.
Yeah,
Madam Hearing Officer.
There we are.
Okay, can you repeat the question? I got the statute. Sure. Sorry, Mr. Hall.
Would you read the purple part? That'll be easier.
Yeah, okay, no problem. And one well plugging financial assurance and amounts determined sufficient to reasonably pay the cost of plugging the wells covered by the financial assurance.
Do you think that means what it costs an operator to plug a well, or the financial assurance should cover when it is orphaned and OCD has to do that?
I would assume it should cover the reasonable cost of plugging a well. And if industry can do it for a cheaper amount, I would put that in the bucket as you have to consider that as part of your factors for what is reasonable for cost. Just because, for instance, if operator A goes out there and drills a well for 100,000, and operator B goes out there and drills a well for 50,000. You shouldn't just say like, well, we're going to go choose, we being OC commission or OCD, we're going to go choose operator A because they're better, or I like them, or it's a brother-in-law situation. What I'm getting at is you should use whatever the entire marketplace.
It would make no sense for financial assurance for the state of New Mexico to contemplate industry costs because then they're being plugged responsibly, correct? It's when OCD has to plug it. That's the cost that matters.
I could see,
That's the whole purpose of financial assurance,
I
isn't
could
it?
understand that.
Okay. You don't dispute that, do you?
No.
Okay. Okay. Have you read the New Mexico Legislative Finance Committee's report on orphaned wells?
I've read through it, not in detail though.
Okay. Did you, is your testimony that, that they specifically said these rules are outside of, their recommendations? Or let me ask that a different way. Is that your opinion as you sit here today?
They did.
Objection. I'm not sure we can follow that question. Could you
Sure,
rephrase?
I'll be happy to ask it again. Is it your opinion as we sit here today that the Legislative Finance Committee did not, that this rulemaking is outside of their recommendations?
Objection again. I can't follow that question.
Did you understand it, Mr. Sport?
Not yet, but just give me 1 second, Mr. Hall, because I'm trying to piece it together.
Well, I can ask it a million different ways.
I'm sure you can.
So is it your opinion that this rulemaking is somehow out of compliance with what the LFC recommended?
That well, I think that there's many things that the LFC recommended, and some of that was included, and some of it was not.
For instance, they recommended that marginal wells rulemaking be undertaken for that, correct? To
They
set
did.
financial assurance.
The LFC did.
Okay, thank you. Now, generally, did I understand your testimony about regulation of operators? Do you believe that's outside of the OCD and OCC's jurisdiction, authority, and control?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, operators do fall under OCC and OCD's jurisdiction.
And that would include certifying an operator, a change of operator, correct?
OCD currently does that.
And that's perfectly legal, isn't it?
Yes, it's
not stealing anyone's property to do that, is it?
No.
It's a necessary function of OCC and OCD, correct?
As long as it's very specific and tailored for the purpose of assuring that the new operator meets the standards for OCD.
Is there anything in these proposed rules that makes you think that's not occurring?
Objection vague. Can we be more specific about which section of the rules here?
No, I mean, from my personal knowledge, I don't know of anything that OCD is not approving change of operator forms or things like that. I will say, in past experience, the timeline for getting those things approved has been lengthy. So I don't know if that's a barrier for new entrants or other operators in the area. But again, that's
non-compliance should be a barrier.
Non-compliance should always be a barrier.
Okay. I believe you recommended in your direct testimony that instead of transfers, you recommended operational authority. Is that correct? And I can go to it. I'm not trying to trick you.
Yeah.
Excuse me. You see that there, Mr. Sporch?
Yes, sir, certainly.
Okay, it's paragraph 116. and it's really the bottom part. You're talking about with regard to the proposed rules, activities should be limited to operational activities. Is that still your position? Or did I understand that you have withdrawn that position as a legal expert?
Objection, that mischaracterizes the testimony. I believe we clarified that, the operational language was.
I'll withdraw that
but
question
the
and ask
motion
it
to
a
dismiss
different
is still
way.
pending.
So Mr. Sports can answer it.
Yeah.
Do you stand behind paragraph 116 of your direct testimony?